Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, it's 10 o'clock.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I want to call to order the FY2020 Department Budget Hearing virtual meeting. First, let me thank all of you for your special concern and your prayers for my granddaughter who was in an accident on her way to college. That's why I did not make the first budget hearing. But thank you all so much for that. Mr. Clerk, I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the roll call for the department budget hearings, Thursday, August 19, 10 a.m. The Honorable William Bill Edwards, Mayor.
Here.
The Honorable Captain F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable Naima Gilliard, District 4. The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5.
Accounted for.
The Honorable Councilmember Khalid, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Mark Baker, District 7.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Mayor, may I please have a brief personal privilege?
Go right ahead, man.
I want to tell department heads and staff to excuse my absence. At the last budget hearing, my mother got sick and I had to take her to the doctor.
Thank you so much. We hope that she's doing well. Mr. Clerk, sound the item, please.
Yes, the first item is the Department FY22 budget presentations. The first presentation is finance and purchasing.
Mr. Mayor, this is Tammy Sattler Jones, City Manager. You mind if I begin before Ms. Brimby begins?
No, ma'am, no problem.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Good morning, Mayor and Council, and citizens of South Fulton who may be watching. I just wanted to briefly let you know that today's department head meetings will consist of finance and purchasing, communications and external affairs, police department. We do have a break incorporated in from 12:15 to 12:30. And then we will begin with the clerk's office, legal department, public works, which includes fleet, transportation, and general services, parks, recreation, and cultural affairs, and then the city manager's office. The council, I did send out information to you last week. We are presenting to you a proposed fiscal year 2022 balanced budget. So the information you are seeing is balanced for the general fund. It's in the amount of $91.5 million. So with that said, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Rachel Brimby, our interim finance director. Thank you so much.
Good morning, all. If you will, I'd like to just a quick sidebar before starting the finance department presentation. I would like to take a moment just for the benefit of those that may be watching that were unable to participate in Tuesday's session. I want to give a quick and brief overview of the revenues and expenditures for the general fund. It's worth noting in revenues, we are anticipating an operating increase of about 16%. And that is excluding a budgeted use of reserves that we will be utilizing as a one-time funding for our one-time capital expenditures in fiscal year 22. Some areas of significant increase are motor vehicles, other taxes, as well as fees for services, including traffic camera revenue and municipal fines and forfeitures. Conversely, on the expenditure side, we are budgeting for an increase in operating of only 16%, with the significant changes being covered by these specific department presentations conducted on Tuesday and that you will see today. So with that brief overview, and also worth noting from Tuesday's presentation, is that this fiscal year 22 budget does propose 4 months of reserves in unassigned fund balance. So with that, I will begin this morning with the finance department's goals and objectives for fiscal year 22. I want to mention that we want to continue the budget development practice, to maintain that minimum required fund balance of unassigned fund balance of 3 months or 25%, as recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. As a reminder, I just mentioned this fiscal year budget does factor in a 4-month fund balance level. Additionally, the City of South Fulton's municipal fund balance ordinance calls for 2.5 months of unassigned fund balance. So this, the fiscal year 22 budget does factor in some of the considering the pandemic and future uncertainty. It is, in my opinion, appropriately conservative at the 4-month level. We also want to prepare the fiscal year 22 budget document to be eligible for application to the GFOA Distinguished Budget Award Program. That is a highly recognized program when we want the city to be able to participate. One of the other significant functions of this department is preparing for and reporting on the annual financial audit. We will prepare the accounting records to obtain an unqualified audit opinion and work with others to produce an annual comprehensive financial report that is eligible for the GFOA Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting. The department, specifically our revenue team, will be working through fiscal year 22 with the objective to assist residents and businesses associated with Fulton Industrial Boulevard, transitioning them into the city and receiving city services, with the highest level of customer service being at the foundation. Next slide, please. As noted during the Capitol presentation, the city will embark on the much needed implementation of a new ERP system, or Enterprise Resource Planning System. I recognize this was listed under the finance department, but this will really be a collaborative effort, including technology, information technology, as well as all of the other departments, and recognizing that in some way every department within the city will have exposure to this system. We want to be sure to include grants management in this endeavor, to include a wide range of capabilities to support the goals of our grants division, which include increasing grant revenue by 20% with successful grant proposals, as well as developing the framework to manage over $11 million in federal relief funding and the execution of those identified projects. In terms of the purchasing division goals, include developing and maintaining a contract compliance system. This will give improved oversight of the city's contract management function. This system would include tracking essential terms such as cost, deliverables, and certifications. With the city doing more construction and more federally funded projects, this is going to be a critical component moving forward. Next slide, please. The fiscal year 21 accomplishment that I can speak to in my limited time and capacity here are that we've made strides in enhancing the budget process by making it more engaging and transparent. Departments have been involved from the initial kickoff meeting and continually engaged during decision-making points throughout the process. These very budget hearings and budget tracking that follows support transparency through this process. Additionally, during fiscal year 21, we successfully completed the annual financial audit and received an unqualified opinion, as well as completing all the ancillary reports that go along with year end. For example, the Department of Community Affairs, as well as the Georgia Department of Audits and Accounts. The grants division, it's worth noting, successfully developed the framework to execute over $4 million in federal relief funding and continues the management and oversight, ensuring compliance and completion. Next slide, please. What you see here is the fiscal year 22 proposed budget, and some significant budget changes that I'll highlight is that you see a small reduction in personnel due to strategic reorganization of the department, just to continually meet the evolving needs of the city. In purchasing contracted services, again, fairly flat there. A slight change to better allocate our resources for revenue recovery and discovery, as well as an increase in anticipated audit costs. And that kind of goes along with some of that federal funding that we're receiving. In supplies, you see a significant increase. This is due to an accounting form correction. The contingency was previously placed in the finance department's budget. However, that really should be classified as a non-departmental expenditure. So that has been moved out of the finance department. So when you exclude that, this supplies item really consists of a $2,400 increase. So overall, excluding that contingency change, the decrease for the department is about $230,000. Next slide, please. The organization of the department for fiscal year 22 is designed to provide more in-depth accounting expertise to meet the city's needs. This expertise is previously provided by, or those tasks were performed by just a couple of higher level leadership positions. And there were a number of staff processing transactions. The proposed structure will kind of break down those silos and provide for more cross training and development, both laterally and up through the ranks of the department. This will help the department work against being negatively impacted by transitions in the team, as well as fluctuations in the workload. The biggest change is an increase in the number of senior accountants in the department. These senior accountants will be assigned primarily to reconciliation and general ledger maintenance tasks. And this will relieve the finance manager, previously the controller, from these type of tasks, so that they can focus more on the management of some departments, such as management and oversight of the audit, as well as management and oversight of the budget. The revenue manager is a new classification for fiscal year 22 and expands the functions of the existing tax administrator. This is to expand to encompass all of the revenue streams of the city, as well as taking of the revenue general ledger maintenance and tracking that revenue tracking against budgeted additionally, the online payment practices implemented for COVID has provided the department the opportunity to better utilize staff. So we'll be able to utilize the accounting associate positions, now only functioning as cashiers, to assist business tax specialists during heavy periods. For example, utilizing them during processing transition applications related to FIB, as well as during the heavy season of business license renewals in the spring. This is important for that, also providing that high level of customer service as we transition individuals in, and there's somebody always available to answer any questions. The department will closely work with code enforcement and fire department to monitor and cite businesses for non-compliance as necessary. So you'll note that inspector position is going away in fiscal year 22. If we can look at the next slide, please. That's actually reflected here. So overall, these positions are not gone. Important to note that they have been reclassified or re-identified to be better aligned with industry standards, as well as the needs of the department in meeting the internal needs and the external needs for citizens as well. So overall, there's only a reduction of one position, and one of the two accounting associates is being funded at mid-year. So that covers our position count. Also concludes my presentation. So at this time, I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, you may help me here. I don't see, Ms. Willis has her hand up.
Yeah, yes,
In the queue. So, Ms. Willis, go right ahead.
Mr. Mayor,
I'll make
Mr.
sure.
Mayor,
Who's speaking?
Mr. Mayor, in the queue, we have first Councilmember Khalid and second Councilmember Willis.
Is your queue showing that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Khalid is first and then Ms. Willis?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go in that order. So, Mr. Khalid, you have the floor.
You talked, Ms. Bembry, about cross-training the clerks for things like business taxes. I know that we also have been writing a lot of legislation or proposing a lot of legislation for impact fees, franchise fees, rental and Airbnb inspection and fees for that. Have you calculated just all of the, I guess the staffing that might be required, or do other departments do that and not necessarily finance?
Well, while those things will impact other departments, almost every decision that's made in a municipality does affect the finance department in some form or fashion. So yes, we did incorporate some of those considerations in this budget. Specifically, you will note that the business tax specialist is only one individual, but we have 2 accounting associates in this budget. And the idea behind that is while they'll be cross-trained to help with business taxes, they will also be available to assist with these other revenue streams in processing transactions related to those that come up. It is also worth noting that that's one of the reasons for the transition from a tax administrator to a revenue manager, because it will expand those responsibilities to encompass those additional revenue streams and do the research and the necessary reporting for those additional streams of revenue.
All right. And then I'm going to ask two more, or propose 2 more things and just get your feedback about them. One is I wonder, would it be helpful to have, I spoke about this yesterday, that sometimes when people are out in different departments, we've had like a lot of fluctuation in staff, just the processing of the paperwork, whether it's like getting multiple procurement quotes or like getting like backup documentation for admins. Like that, I know that that's put a strain on our city council staff sometimes, and maybe also on the finance staff. Might it be helpful to just have like more general clerks in the finance department for that paperwork? That's my first question.
So yes, I do. The way we've structured the department in having those additional accounting associates as well as the additional senior accountants, we are not reducing the number of accountants. So we're actually adding to that. I don't want to say generic because they obviously have a specialized expertise, but they're not specifically assigned like the revenue is, for example. So they have a more of a general nature in how they rise to the occasion to support the department. And so I do think those added positions in that area are going to be able to address the items you're referring to.
All right. And so specifically, like if someone was out in another department that did the submission of requisitions or something for admins, there would be somebody in finance who could help pick up that slack while that person was out.
Yes, so there are some fail safes in the case of something needed to be added in another. But ideally, each department has a backup that is identified in their department so that when an individual in a leadership or key position is out, their roles and responsibilities are delegated, to another individual that is familiar with that process.
All right. And then this last question, and this may be a bit unpopular, but I know that I'm just going to give a very specific example. With the clerk's department, we I've been giving out proclamations sometimes to families, and then like sometimes people want 3 or 4 copies of the proclamation. The boards that we use are expensive, and there isn't. I've offered to pay for that out of my city council budget, but there isn't necessarily that I'm aware of like an inter-office billing system, whereas like one department could bill another department for things that they're doing. Have you looked into that? Is that something that you think might be helpful? I know coming from the corporate world, like that's interdepartment billing is a way that you keep track of those expenses.
So in local government accounting, it does function differently than private. And what you're calling intercompany billings, we call an indirect cost allocation. Typically in a municipality, that is done when there is a significant and material expenditure that is being used by multiple departments, where a department doesn't necessarily suffice in how to allocate those resources. For example, it might flow into enterprise funds or other funds, and so you would set up an indirect service fund. I haven't seen anything in the city that rises to the level of warranting that the generation or development rather of an indirect cost allocation, but certainly something we can look at and ensure that costs are allocated in the appropriate place when those transactions are being conducted. Ideally, those would be just purchased out of, say, the supplies in that department's budget.
Okay, yeah. Just because I know that sometimes we as members of council, like we will do events, we will have people come out. Like our events can sometimes be labor intensive, and I think that might be a way to track, like to quantify the burden that we might be placing on other departments, so that if they need more staff to do what we're asking, or if we need larger council budgets to compensate staff for what we're asking them to do, being able to track that and quantify that would, I think, really help us figure out the cost of doing business for some of our events. But that's it. Thank you.
Ben Bree, for your thorough presentation. I just want to make it clear, because I don't want you to spend effort and time in areas that are unnecessary. We have legislative specialists that are responsible for making sure that they work with council members to oversee and process invoices and handle budgets. And we also, they're policy analysts. Our legislative specialists are well compensated. I've been sitting in my seat since 2017, and I haven't had any issues with staff not working with me or my legislative specialists to process invoices or get things done timely. And that's even when we have been short-staffed. So I just don't want you to waste your time and unnecessary resources trying to hire people to accommodate council members' requests, because that's what our legislative specialists are for, to help us mitigate that. I've never had an issue, and I've confirmed with my legislative specialist, and she says she hasn't had any issues getting her requisitions processed, anything done timely for finance. And if anything if there's a hiccup, she or either I go over to finance and it's immediately rectified. So kudos to your department for doing a good job, even during times where you have been short-staffed. My questions at this time is, did you budget for, and maybe I missed this, did you mention anything about an ERP system? Because we did talk about the finance team needing a better system other than Edmonds?
Yes, ma'am. And forgive me for not hitting on that a little bit more in detail. But yes, that was mentioned in the capital presentation on Tuesday as well. As today, it is something that is under the finance department, but as I mentioned, we will be rolling out the effort citywide to make sure that we incorporate all the departments in kind of a collaborative effort. But it is slated with $500,000 as an estimate for an ERP implementation in the next fiscal year.
And for me, that's the most important thing. I really do want you all to focus on that because that ERP system, like you said, will be helpful across the board. It has different panels, and it will be more user-friendly than what we are currently using and help us keep a better accounting of our finances comprehensively. The second question I have is around grants. That role used to be under the finance, and did I miss that, or?
Yes, ma'am. We do still have a grants manager proposed in the budget. It's the last.
Okay, I see it. I missed it. Okay. All right. And then lastly, as we move forward, Councilmember Reeves and I have been working the times, and we will be bringing the sanitation ordinance before council. And if we move forward towards a single vendor model, the tax commissioner probably will collect the sanitation on our behalf, but we will need somebody internally to manage that process. And we have approximately 40,000 sanitation customers here in the city of South Fulton. Do you think you would need an additional resource in the tax manager division to facilitate that? Because that is going to be a little probably labor intensive starting. Well, it's going to be labor intensive to manage that process.
Yes, ma'am. We are taking that into account, and that's part of the reason I've tried to make the mid-level positions a little bit more robust by adding those senior accountants. It will allow the ability to handle fluctuations in workload, just like those annual billing periods, things of that nature, like the sanitation billing. It will allow us the ability to absorb those extra kind of ad hoc assignments.
Okay, so and lastly, that sanitation process, although like I said, the tax commissioner will collect on our behalf, but it will require some type of internal audit process, to determine who isn't signed up for sanitation collection. It's gonna require some internal process, and so just keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have next Mr. Reeves, followed by Mrs. Gums.
All right, Ms. Bembry?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation here. A couple of questions here. Will some of these new positions mitigate the time lapse from the time the council approves a contract to the execution of said contract?
There are varying reasons why there may be delays, but certainly being better, more staffed should definitely help in just timeliness of overall of all of our processes, not just that specific area, but yes.
Awesome. So if purchasing has to rebid a project for whatever reason, and that project is critical to the constituency, is it reasonable to say purchasing can put that same bid back out on the street, shortening the time to the execution of that contract to expedite the project that's critical to the constituency?
I mean, in general, yes, but we would certainly, every procurement is very different, and would probably need to be looked at on a case by case basis. I mean, there are some, professional service agreements that are very standard, but when you get into contracting for other services, sometimes they can be very complex and complicated. So unfortunately, the "it depends" answer really applies here. Ideally, yes, that be something that's very efficient, but depending on the criteria of the procurement, could be a cumbersome process.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Gomes, you're up.
Good morning. I think Councilwoman Willis touched on one of my concerns was about the ERP. So it's good to know that you all have taken that into consideration. But also, too, have you all made any, I guess, additional plans for maintenance and software upgrades, especially when we're speaking about OpenGov?
Yes, all the maintenance and software, all the maintenance related to existing software is really covered in the IT budget. So you don't necessarily see a line item for that in my department, but it is covered under the management of our existing information systems, which is in IT.
And have we fully rolled out OpenGov? I know we were doing it in phases. So is that program or that software fully implemented?
I will have to find out the exact details of where we stand. I know I have seen a few reports going back and forth with some final edits and determination in terms of the final presentation, but I believe if it's not rolled out in regards to the checkbook or the transactions being out there, that it's very close. We have an update, I believe, Friday afternoon with OpenGov on that process. So I'll know more after that update Friday, but it is moving along, I believe, as expected.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, before we close, Ms. Bembry,
Yes, sir.
I just want to personally thank you for coming in an interim position and doing a fantastic job that you've done. You've been a pleasure to work with, pleasure to talk to when I visit you in your office. Two things I can say that's very important that you hit on today. And one is the issue of cross-training. I think that's very, very, very important. And I'm glad to hear that you're utilizing that in our finance department where it is sorely needed. And I must join Councilmember Gomes and Councilmember Willis in expressing my desires to have the ERP system in place as soon as we can. So once again, thank you for the job that you've done, that you continue to do. You and your staff, I think you're doing an outstanding job. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be of service.
Ms. Clerk, next.
Says the Communications and External Affairs Department.
Staff.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It is definitely a pleasure to talk to you today as we look forward to next year and look a bit back at what we've done in the last year in the spirit of serving residents. With some of the goals and objectives that we have for the coming year in the 2020-2023 strategic plan, one of our goals is to build an internal communication program, and we have started that with a daily communication and email digest that goes out to all staff members to keep them up to date on things that are happening in the city, as well as information that helps them. The drive and the mission is to help them better prepare them to do their job as we serve residents. So we're starting with that. We are continuously molding that and shaping that as we are in the first few months of that process. In addition, we are working on an employee feedback tool so that we can gather feedback more directly. I met with HR yesterday to discuss that, and we had a great brainstorming session about that. Also, in our goals in the strategic plan are to unveil a communication and branding strategy. We have developed the branding guidelines, including some choices for a corporate style logo Most cities have those now, and that will allow us to elevate the city seal to its official use in documents, but we will have more of a corporate logo to build branding around. We are building also a social media policy, which we should have done in the next few days, in addition to an operating procedure and ways that we operate with our fellow departments and with mayor and council in terms of the things we do, the services we provide, the timelines it takes us to get those done. So those are definitely general standard operating procedures. And we will have all that hopefully put together and ready to put in place in the next couple of months. With a hopeful addition to the staff that is in this year's budget, we will create a visual media position. Part of our challenge is building our digital audiences, both on the web and in social media and on the app. And we have to provide content that is very informative, engaging, and video is the way to do that nowadays. And we feel it is definitely valuable and definitely supported to have a full-time person on staff working on those visual media. We will continue to build the South Fulton beautification project. We have a new person on board who started with us Monday, communications specialist Taryn Love. She comes to us from the Atlanta Police Department, and she is well positioned to work to lead that effort. It will be sort of a community relations role, and so she will lead. Our department name is Communication and External Affairs, and we've built the communication piece and continue. Now we must focus on external affairs, which is I call it community relations, and she will be focused on that with the beautification process project right embedded in that. It's dual purposes. It will ensure hopefully a beautiful city while reducing litter, and then we will seek to engage residents in improving the quality of life in their city. We will build a team called the Litter Busters, which we will be able to call on to do litter cleanups and other projects. We plan to create partnerships with local businesses, merchants associations, and schools, create a robust schedule of events around Earth Day, around cleanups. I can see we do a beautiful property contest with residential and business components. We will create messaging campaigns, and we will partner with our neighbors, much like we did with the city of Fairburn, to do the cleanup we did last year and promote beautification. While the big focus is here at home, promote beautification with our partners and our neighbors as well. And then part of the community relations role is to create a citizens ambassador committee of about 25 people, residents, businesses, faith-based, that we communicate with regularly, and they are, we can bring them in once a quarter and meet with them and share our successes, share our current and planned projects, and then also use it as a feedback tool. What are you hearing that we need to know, and start that two-way communication on more of a grassroots level. Next slide, please. We want to, as I was talking about digital, we want to increase our media audiences, social media audiences by 25%. That is with improved content, with key engaging video, photography, and messaging. Do more interactive content such as polls, surveys, contests to really drive those numbers up. We are planning an impactful 5th anniversary celebration. We're working on plans now, tentative plans, and these certainly will change. We are suggesting maybe a gala on the Friday night. The 1st is on a Sunday, May 1st, the city's anniversary. Then the next day we would do a city day with various activities, Zumba, a car show, 3-on-3 basketball, maybe a celebrity tennis tournament, a 5K. So we're in a family event. So we're thinking big, and we will draw down to something manageable. And then the Sunday, the actual day, we would do sort of a gospel on the green at the amphitheater, hearkening back to the old dinner on the grounds. And so people can bring picnic lunches, and we have local choirs and other artists performing from the stage that day. We want to, as part of community relations, organize a collaborative citywide toy drive as a first of many citywide outreach engaging events. We will work with police and fire to not supplant the efforts they do, but definitely partner with them and the toy drives they do, and just hopefully increase reach and hopefully increase the number of toys collected and therefore the number of children impacted. We plan to take the city newsletter earlier in the year. We doubled production. We went from once a month to bi-monthly, and the plan is to take that hopefully weekly. It will not be many benefits in that. One is before, if it came out on the 4th of the month, anything that happened on the 5th was not covered until the next month, and therefore it was old news. So we want to ensure we're getting news out in a timely manner. And also, by doing it weekly, we will be producing much more abbreviated newsletters that do not overwhelm with a vast amount of content. So in research I've done in other positions, what I learned was about, if you've got a good impactful lead story, about 73% of people click on it. That drops in half to 34 for a second story, and again in half to 17 for a third story. And a lot of stories thereafter do not get clicked on or read. So we want to make sure we're timely and that we're concise and strategic in our messaging. And then finally, launching a monument sign initiative to get some monument gateway signs constructed and placed in the city. We plan to do 2 digital signs in FY2021. These will be major gateway signs with digital screens and a messaging component. We have 4 more of those planned for FY23. And then for FY24, a series of 8 to 10 smaller signs with smaller digital components that may just be text placed in key places in the city, as well as you may see them for other cities, especially along South Fulton Parkway. There are some nice pole signs that just let you know you're entering the city, and those can be put on lesser traveled thoroughfares throughout the city. So that is the sign initiative as it is laid out now. Our accomplishments for the past year, especially with COVID, we're very proud of some of the things we've been able to do, the successes we've had. We did completely redesign and launch the city website. The numbers show for 6 months before that launch and 6 months after that launch that we increased traffic, unique visits by about 16%, which is very successful result of that redesign. We did launch the Daily Digest, which I talked about before. We created the Now You Know video series, which has been very successful with Police Chief Meadows, highlighting key laws that people need to understand, as well as some of the inner workings of the department, as far as training, recruitment, exactly how those processes are laid out and how they happen, and then safety tips. And we do those once a month, and we have them on the city YouTube channel, which, as we develop this visual media role, we plan to really focus on the YouTube channel, clean it up, and start the effort of what can be described as a TV channel based through YouTube, and where we have everything organized in content, and we're doing regular programming like a South Fulton 101 or Now You Know, or other key programming that follows our department's mission of engaging and informing residents. This year, we also created the new residence guide, as well as an adapted version of that. As we brought Fulton Industrial into the city, we did a business guide to introduce the city and its services to the new businesses on FIB. We did reach 322 media placements between January 1st and January 30th of June 30th this year. And that, when you look at the numbers, that is a 260% increase that we saw from April to July. We had 46 placements in April and 120 in July. So our efforts to generate content and place that content have really paid off. We're placing more quality stories, and we did change how we measure. Before, we were measuring the number of press releases issued, but that does nothing to take into account delivery of the content, because if you're just producing press releases and not ensuring their delivery, then that is definitely not a successful effort. So we now track placements, and a placement can be if we do a news release and one of the TV stations runs it at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, or 5 and 6, but 2 newscasts in the afternoon, evening. Maybe it appears on the 11 o'clock, and then they run it again in the morning. Those are 4 separate placements that reach 4 different audiences. If it is placed on the station's website, that is a 5th placement that reaches a different audience. If they include links to the story teasers on their social media, that is another audience. So right there, you can have 6 placements with just one media outlet with one story. So that is a more accurate picture of the reach you're having and the messaging that you are delivering. So we have really seen an increase in that. We are in the process of searching for and interviewing for a media relations specialist for the team, that their sole job will be to act as a reporter and journalist for the city. And they will interact frequently with different departments to find the key stories, find the things happening, as well as mine the city council agendas and find out what the council is doing, the legislation passed to better the quality of life. And that person will be in tune to that. They will get to know the key editors, assignment editors, and reporters in Atlanta and surrounding areas, and they will be managing, delivering that content. We managed successfully the first 2 cohorts, the first year of South Fulton U, our Citizens Academy. We served 96 residents in the first 2 cohorts. We heard great feedback from people. We indeed set up we want to work on a second tier, sort of an alumni session for South Fulton U. We started that with a meeting with the mayor with the first 2 cohorts earlier in the year. We want to continue to plan those where we are still reaching out and continue to reach out to people who have completed the program and still get feedback and engagement from them. We did kind of shift gears and adapt and do a visual state of the city, digital state of the city address, all through video, and that was very well received. In fact, that was one of the most watched videos programs on our YouTube channel. We did manage the city reopening and CARES Act assistance plans, as all of those CARES Act assistance, the rent and mortgage assistance, the business grants, and other arms of that initiative were very successful. We hope we were able to support those adequately. And sort of an intangible of a lot of the focus that we've placed on media and telling key stories is I have talked with Police Chief Meadows on a number of occasions, and I keep asking him, are we having an effect on how your department and public safety is viewed in the city, and he has told me he believes we have. There was a time when our social media channels were filled with comments about long response times, ineffective coverage of some crimes. And we have changed that narrative to where people see the response times along with the police beat redesign. That discussion has gone away. We have put out there the actual numbers and shown the double-digit decreases in crime each year. And so we feel we've really helped enhance that reputation. And we want to now take that as a model and apply it to other areas of the city and help build the positive image, honest, very real positive image of the great things the city is doing. So with that, we are here at our budget numbers. You will notice just a slight uptick in budgeting. Personnel will be the addition of the visual services, visual media position. In addition, our operating budget has increased slightly just to take care of some needs surrounding that position and some of the event planning that we have on the books for the fiscal year. So we're seeing about a $100,000, $90,000 uptick in the budget this year. So with that, that is our presentation for today. You can see personnel there. We are indeed adding the one person. We hope to, when that person is hired in a few months, if it is indeed approved in this budget, we hope to be up to full staff by the end of the year, certainly. We are now back up to 3, and we hope to be up to 4 with the media specialist, media relations specialist, hopefully on board in the next couple of months. Next slide. That is our presentation. Thank you very much for your support in helping us achieve these things and helping us achieve that mission of informing and engaging the residents of the city of South Fulton. And I'm certainly happy to entertain any questions.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to announce the queue?
Now, next we have Councilwoman Willis to be followed by Councilman Reeves. And then Councilwoman Guns.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I want to commend you for all of the work that you have done because City of South Fulton is quite busy in all endeavors. But I do have some concern, and I'm going to make a suggestion to you and Ms. Sally Jones, and I will follow up with her after the meeting. I am concerned about you all being more of event planning, focusing so much on event planning versus communication. Like, for example, the green, the litter campaign, why isn't that under Public Works? I mean, I do understand you are marketing and handling the communication part of it, but to actually organize it, build it, I just don't know if that's something that you as a communications team should be doing. And also the Gospel on the Green, why isn't that falling under cultural affairs? We have a cultural affairs department. I mean, that's their role, to come up with cultural affairs activity. I don't understand why you all are organizing that versus them, but I do understand you are marketing, getting the information out, doing a press release, covering the event, but to actually organize the event, I don't agree with that. Citywide toy drive, I think that should be an initiative that both public safety departments should work on. I mean, it would help with community outreach. You are marketing, you are getting the information out. I get that, but to organize it, I'm not quite understanding. I really would like your team to focus more on communication and telling our story, building our brand, making sure you all have staff covering everything that's happening in the city, because council did a lot of things this year, and several times we went without coverage. And that's, I am going to request for us to get some type of resource in to cover specifically mayor and council activities, because we do amazing things, but it's not being covered all the time and it's not being captured. And our community needs to know what we're doing in our city, and know all of our efforts. We have increased, according to the census, to 107,000 people in this city. And everything was based on the last census count, which was 2010, with over 88,000 people. So, I mean, we have a tremendous increase. So all of our districts have expanded. We're going to be doing a lot of things, and we really need better coverage. So I am requesting that a resource be added to this budget, so that all of council and that resource be dedicated to mayor and council to help communication cover things that we're doing throughout the city. We need better, we need to figure out how we can get information to reach more of the masses in the city of South Fulton. You did some, I love the numbers, I love what you have presented to us, but I would like to see maybe somebody focusing on social media, or, I'm glad you added a videographer, but we need somebody to because that's the way of communicating now. So we need a more broader coverage. You do a great job covering public safety, especially police, but we need broader coverage throughout the entire city and what everybody is doing. And so that's where I am. My recommendation, Ms. Sadler-Jones and Mr. Lethbridge, is that you add a resource to this budget to cover what mayor and council is doing. That person will handle press releases, making sure we have coverage at our events, because I am not happy about the misses from last year. And I would like to see more of the events go where they should go, and then let communications focus on, highlighting the events, covering the events, communicating the information about the events, videoing the events. And then I would also like to see that that communications focus on more about our branding and our branding. I saw a city, they have released a whole plan to rebrand their city and, focus on the image of their city. I would like to see our communications team do more of that versus the event planning. That's where I am. That's my recommendation. Thank you for your presentation, and I yield.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. We have Councilman Reeves, followed by Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lethbridge, I want to thank you so greatly for that in-depth presentation. And as far as the data capture metrics on the communication, do you have those broken out in specific group areas, or is it just one solid database?
In terms of the placements, or?
In terms of demographics.
I'm sorry, I missed your last word there.
Demographics, in terms of demographics.
We do not. That is definitely something we are working on, is getting more robust metrics in place and ways of tracking those. We are adjusting our apps that we use to track story placements and the reach that we have. So those are things that we are going to be working on this year. But no, that we're at that point now where we are just having the raw data in terms of where things were placed, where they showed up, and we're having to do that manually based on daily media reports we receive.
Thank you for that. And also too, I'm going to kind of share in my colleague's sentiments. However, because with all of holidays and everything, want to be a holiday. May 1st was the biggest one to me, and I push for that. And I'm just saying that because that's our day, that's our birthday. Culturally, it should be centered around May 1st. And so with the city turning 5, and so I think that this is a great idea. And I think that y'all are on the right track. However, I would like to see that you partner with nonprofits throughout the city who have some subject matter expertise in some of these events, particularly like the 5K and other things of that, to even expand and grow the participation, and to see that how we can really incorporate any thoughts that we might share, as well as we would like to see the events throughout the city. And so, but as when it comes to the event planning, that's because we don't have a contracted event planner. And so that's just to my belief, to my knowledge. And so we can look at that as well to help you guys along. But I definitely want to see some of our nonprofits throughout the city be able to be at the table and participate in this, as this is something that is ongoing forever, centered around our birthday.
And we definitely, in the interest of brevity in the presentation, I did not go that in depth. We are definitely looking to our community partners, friends, and neighbors to help us and assist with us in these events. One quick example is reaching out to the Atlanta Metro Track Club, who did a 5K at the Wolf Creek Amphitheater a couple of years ago. And by leveraging their expertise and their resources, we are able to do, as Ms. Willis said, bring in more help. And we're not focusing so much on the details of the event, but at the same time, we raise the level of our event, because if an organization like the Atlanta Track Club does it, then it can be a qualifier for the Peachtree Road Race. So we definitely are looking at all of those avenues. And I understand, and I fully understand the sentiment in terms of some of the events we're doing. What we are trying to do is pioneer some things and get them started. Case in point, with the beautification project, that grew out of a council member's statement request during a meeting that we do some anti-litter messaging. And we thought that effort needs to be a bit bigger, and to develop something in-house that we then partner with Keep South Fulton Beautiful and others. And the whole goal, and I have talked with the city manager briefly, but the idea is that we get that up and running, and then it become a partnership with another department or finds its way to another area. But we had the bandwidth to get it started that maybe did not exist in another department.
Oh, well, I'm all about the beautification because, I have a shirt and I wear it proudly. And so also, too, let's go back to that 5K Atlanta Track Club. That's great. They're great. But we do have an organization organic here to the city within that they just put on the 5K this past week. So we might look at that as an option, just a suggestion to throw it out there. I like things. Absolutely. The city.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, and so and Mr. Leftwich, now yes, you know, and the more you know, the more you grow. And I gladly coined an end to that phrase, trademark. And so I appreciate that Now You Know series. That is awesome and great idea. And keep that going.
And again, in terms of brevity, I did not reach into it, but we actually have had discussions with the fire department to do a branch of that with them. And other departments have come to us and said, we love the quick content. How can we do that? So watch for the Now You Know series to reach far beyond police into other areas of the city. And we are very excited about that.
Absolutely. Can y'all do my version then for me, specifically for the council? You know what I mean? Specifically me. And so when I can come into the studio?
We certainly can investigate and collaborate.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you again.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Gums.
Good morning, Mr. Leftwich, and again, thank you for your presentation. Just a few things. What are we doing to engage the older population in the city? Of course, we do have a growing population of seniors in South Fulton, and a lot of what we have been doing has not necessarily reached them all the time. So the council members usually have to reach out of their budgets to kind of touch their senior members. And I understand that we cannot communicate with them all through digital and things of that nature. But have we thought about trying to do a little bit more print or partnering? And I'm glad you all brought up community partnerships with organizations that kind of target seniors. So maybe we can put some print inside of, park centers that have senior programming and things of that nature. And then also too, just having some type of outreach to our seniors a little bit more intensive and strategic.
That is an incredible suggestion. I like the focus, and I'm taking notes right now on developing some, like the new residence guide. Let's develop some messaging that we can place in parks and strategic places. One of the things about print is doing a mass printed piece really eats up the budget, and we're on a fairly lean budget. Knowing that, we're not just throwing up our hands and saying that's not something we need to approach. That is a lot of the reasoning behind the ambassador committee and more grassroots efforts. My goal when I arrived at the city was to create a digital presence that the content draws people and makes them want to experience it. And a secondary goal of that was, if we generate that direct contact with residents, and I have a very good friend who is media relations vice president at Georgia Tech that taught me a lot about crisis communication and other messaging. And he says, he's a former 6-time Emmy Award winner with WXIA. He tells me his most important news source today is his digital, his municipal newsletter. So we want to develop and push our newsletter to almost magazine level so that people want to read it. And the whole pitch behind that is, if we are connecting and doing such a good job, we are then one-on-one, and we're not going through different audiences. And the end result being that the media covers us. They're asking us. So that is my vision as a communication person. Now, I am definitely, when I was in the corporate world, we tried to go that way, and production employees said, we work at machines all day. We don't have time to check in or watch. So we went back to the printed newsletter, thumbtacked to a bulletin board, and copies available. And we learned a very valuable lesson. And I'm trying to apply that through the grassroots efforts, through an ambassador committee, I want to put together a master listserv of HOA leaders, of business merchants groups leaders, faith-based leaders, that when we do a news release, we do any kind of messaging, we put it on that listserv to these key people, and then it cascades down from the HOA leaders to the residents. So we're certainly working to build that. We just now need to adjust, based on your suggestion, to find a way to reach even the senior audience with not only communication, but some engagement opportunities as well.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I have been noticing that some other cities have possibly been doing is actually creating a tab or a landing page that is just for seniors. That's a little bit more friendly. Sometimes our website could be a little bit intimidating. So if we had a landing page that says City of South Fulton Seniors, here's what you need to know, possibly some resources, events, or ways that they can get involved, but through maybe a print newsletter, we can drive them to the website so they can have it a little bit more on their fingertips. But I've seen some success with some of the cities actually doing their own little space and tab, of course, with bigger writing and more friendly user links for seniors to actually go and get information. So that might be something you all can maybe add to the website to help
I
out.
love that idea. I love that idea, and we could do a guide, much like the new residents guide, a seniors guide. And we could take that. You're going to get me brainstorming, and I don't have time. But we could do a section of the website that is services such as help groups, self-help groups, resources for people with different conditions, and just put that right there as a partner with these organizations that do such good work. We can help promote them with a tab on the website. So this could go a lot of different directions.
Okay. And one last thing, have you considered, using maybe big partnerships such as like AT&T or Comcast, because they do have litter campaigns as well, anti-litter campaigns to kind of help drive the message to get our city a little bit cleaner. And I know you said no to the billboards, the ones that I liked anyway, but just maybe using something of that nature.
Absolutely. There are many ways we can use to communicate that, and we definitely are looking at numerous avenues, and in addition, and just as important, numerous partnerships to make that message go further and more impactful. So yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and good job. Just keep pressing forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Councilman Khalid.
Hey, thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think that's a brilliant idea, Councilwoman Gums, and I want to second the notion of having a paper newsletter. I have asked every year that we have. I think that we can produce a newsletter for about $75,000. If we could do just 2 of those a year, that would be like 1/5 of 1% of our overall budget. I know a lot of seniors who maybe they check their email once or twice a week, but they go to that mailbox every day. They can tell you when the postman is coming, the postal worker's coming. They come particularly not just for information that is even specifically for our city, but maybe, for example, we have elections coming up, and because of SB 202, Fulton County is going from 38 mail, just changes like that have to do with what's going on beyond our city. I think they would really appreciate that. I love you have been doing this past stats about the raw data that's coming out about the 2020 census, but I know we're going to get the full set of data in September or later this month. I would really love to see some infographics that are just specifically for South Fulton.
Absolutely. When those numbers appeared quite hurriedly last week, I immediately that day reached out to the census manager with Fulton County, who has been sort of a really good focal point for those of us at the city level. And my understanding is the more developed, more targeted data is coming out later next month. And we definitely, in fact, she has proposed doing, she's put together just some cheat sheets for the cities that have some of that data. Again, it's not at a super depth level, but we definitely will be communicating those and sharing those on the website, calling it South Fulton at a glance or by the numbers, and we can put those numbers out there.
That's awesome. And I think just beyond numbers, some sort of graphical representation like that looks really good on the ground.
Absolutely.
I want to go back to talking about fairs, on creating a master calendar of events. This is something else that I've been talking about for several years. I think that it would be helpful not only in terms of helping all of our staff plan, like we should, by December of this year, we should know other nonprofit or community organizations that work with us to make sure that, you know, there are just certain weeks or weekends where everybody's having an event on the 28th. Everybody's having an event on some particular weekend. And if we could publish our calendar, I think it would help not only us, it would not only help us figure out the capacity that we have to support events, but also making sure that we're not conflicting with other communities.
Okay.
And we have worked sort of on that internal piece by partnering with IT, and they have created a way for, we input most of the events onto the calendar on the website, and then that funnels into an Outlook calendar that all staff members and mayor and council can subscribe to and have right there with their regular Outlook calendars that show all city events that we have been made aware of, and right there in real time on your Outlook calendar.
All right, last two things. You're working, or are you, let me ask, are you working, I know you talked about these welcome guides. Are you working with code enforcement on the welcome guides for businesses so that they're just aware of what they need in terms of signage and things to be compliant with our city?
No, sir, but that's something that we definitely can reach out to the code enforcement administrator and look into.
I would love to see you, code enforcement, and economic development, like all work together so that people are just clear on what the rules are. Because a lot of times, you know, people are opening second and third businesses. They may assume that what they did in College Park or what they did in Atlanta, that they can also do here, and often that's not the case. And then lastly, you talked about gateway signs. There is still a lot of interest in our constituency and our council about a name change for the city. Are we thinking about how we design these gateways that we put up? I mean, like, I don't want to put up a big expensive gateway and then a year from now we got to like totally redo it. Are we thinking about ways to design them that the name portion or the logo portion, if they change, that we would be able to swap them out without having to like remake the entire sign?
And we definitely are sensitive to that and building it into plans. Of course, the name will be a large component of the signs, but a lot of the focus also are those digital boards in the bigger signs. But we definitely are working to ensure with the sign companies that this is something that can be easily interchanged if a name change does take place.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lethbridge?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Jones, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Most of my comments is going to be to both of you. And a lot of good things have been said today. What is the uptick in your numbers now, Mr. Lethbridge? Did you say 9,000 or 90,000?
Right about 90,000, sir.
Okay, let me just say this. The word brevity was used a lot. And when you are facing a $90,000 increase in a budget, brevity does not exist. Ms. Jones, what I would like, I saw a lot of items on the presentation, but I think the council needs to have a little bit more in depth as to what those items doing. Is there a timeline? You know, what is needed? You're following me?
Yes, sir.
Because you're talking about $90,000 more than you did last year. The other thing I want to say is, you got to know your audience. And I find it to be very concerning that a lot of the council people are making inquiries and suggestions about audiences that have already exist from day one. Seniors didn't get here yesterday. We're 4 years old now, and we're still talking about how we're going to get message out to seniors. I don't think we need to do that. I'm gonna talk a little bit. Happiness begins at home. And as mayor, as I come through these doors, I like to see people just enthusiastic about what they're doing, excited about what the next level is. And so Lethbridge, I don't get that at your department. For whatever reason, you don't need to respond, but I don't get that. All right. The other thing is, let's talk about image. You hold one of the reins to our image. Communication and external affairs. You hold a portion of the reins to our image. And I got to go back and I'm listening to Mayor Pro Tem Helen Willis and some of the things that she said, so much of it I agree with. Because it had not been for some of these legislative assistants and things of that nature out there on Saturdays and whatever day it is, taking pictures and getting them back, I don't know what would happen. So I'm saying, that's what I'd say when I say brevity means nothing to me. I need all the facts and the facts in detail. When you talk about image, let me say something else. It is your duty when something is put out in this city that is found to be absolutely incorrect. I don't care where it comes from. It can come from the mayor, it can come from a council person. But when something is put out to this community that you know is absolutely wrong and incorrect, I think it's your responsibility to put that fire out. It's too much going on in the name of the city of South Fulton that is not accurate. And it's coming from a lot of sources, but it comes from right here on this council. And when in fact that we put stuff as not correct, I don't want to come back and talk about it next day or bring back Tammy and say, well, that ain't correct. Well, if it's not correct, what you gonna do about it? So I'm saying we're gonna have to do things. We're gonna have to correct. Wherever the devil raises his ugly head, knock it down. The other thing is, I like all the glitz and glamour. I like all the 5Ks and everything, but you know what? People are concerned about what's going on in our government. How is this going to benefit us? Is this truth or is this a lie? That's what they're concerned about. I mean, I don't mind doing the 5Ks. We were at a 5K this weekend, and I was cheering on Mark Baker, who came in next to last, but I cheered him on anyway. I'm just joking, man. I'm just joking, Baker, Dr. Baker. But there are priorities of what people really want to hear, or what do people really want to see. I got to know my audience. So I just want to put those things on you and Miss Jones. I would like to see that they will express in detail to me and the council really where the department is going. You know, I think it's important that we do that. Okay, having said that, thank you for what job you have done, Mr. Lethbridge. I really appreciate you. And hopefully that you're going up $90,000, we get a good bang for our buck. Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir. The next presentation is by the police department.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing this afternoon? Before I get started, I'd like to talk briefly about a presentation that I went to with CDRA maybe about a month ago. The Atlanta Regional Commission was doing a land use presentation, and part of that was a survey that they had sent out to potential investors. And of the Fulton, I'm proud to say that crime was stopping and helping us to change that narrative, a narrative from just 3 years ago. So I'd like to touch on our goals and objectives for FY22. Obviously, with the annexation of Fulton Industrial, Manpower is going to be at the crux of that. As you all know, we did our beat design with Georgia Tech about 2 years ago. They initially came up with a 18 beat design, and since that time, we've annexed Fulton Industrial into the city. And so now we're looking at more of a 24 beat design with 2 different sectors that will be operating. And so getting manpower in to cover those geographical areas is going to be extremely important to us. So we're looking to hire at least 50 new police officers over the next fiscal cycle. And so we're expecting to ramp up our recruitment efforts. Many of you saw some of the billboards that we had up throughout the city. We got a spike in applications after those billboards went up, and we expect to ramp up our recruitment efforts again over the course of FY22. We're looking to purchase an independent record management system. I know that I've spoken with several of the council people about some of the problems that we've had with respects to E911 operations. Obviously, starting an E911 center can be extremely costly. We want to try to eat that elephant one bite at a time, and certainly a record management system is one piece of that, along with the CAD system. And so we're looking at taking a step away from Fulton County with respects to our records retention. I know with Councilman Khalid, we had one initiative that we were looking at doing with respects to equity in policing. Well, right now, as it stands, we don't have the ability to pull that information ourselves, and it's rather labor intensive. So we would kind of have to rely on Fulton County to do a lot of that for us. And so we want to start taking a bigger step towards intelligence-driven policing, and that's being able to access our own data in a meaningful way. We're looking at the purchase of new tasers. Obviously, with new police officers coming in, we're going to have to refresh tasers. They are a form of technology, and so having the ability to do that is going to be extremely important, not only adding to our less lethal force options, but also refreshing old equipment. We're looking at purchasing additional license plate readers throughout the city. Right now, we have about 26 or 27 that are owned by the city. We'd like to expand on that. We have a number of different of subdivisions that have their own license plate readers. In fact, two businesses have license plate readers on their property, and I'm proud to say we were actually able to solve 2 murders along Old National from 2 different businesses that had those license plate readers. So that technology tends to pay for itself over time, and we certainly believe that we want to have the appropriate digital footprint in those problematic areas for us, and those purchases of the 10 additional license plate readers will help us to achieve that goal. We're also looking at ramping up our traffic unit. We've all gotten complaints about the tractor trailers coming through the city of South Fulton. We're looking at beefing up our commercial traffic enforcement efforts, and certainly having lasers and radars is going to be big for us in our efforts towards doing that. We want to make sure, in fact, we'll be hiring 2 commercial traffic units within the next couple of weeks, and we're excited about them coming on board with the city of South Fulton. So we're going to try to ramp that up and roll that out as soon as we can. We're also looking for additional training opportunities for our civilian and sworn staff. I was giving a speech just the other day about intelligence-driven policing. And when you have an intelligence-driven policing philosophy, you have to have a highly specialized police department to make that happen. And so training is going to be at the crux of what we'll be doing this year. Last year, we were able to do a little over 4,900 man hours in terms of specialized training. We want to even build on that as we move forward into FY22. We were able to get 2 of our gang investigators classified as experts, which means they could testify in any court of law as an expert, as a gang investigator. We're right now also looking at, we've already ordered 40 new Ford SUVs that we will use in our patrol division. That's going to help us get closer to our police take home policy goal. And we believe that that'll put us in a much better space once we're able to get those vehicles in and get them out on the street. We've talked about a command vehicle for the police department. We've had a number of big operations when it comes down to police operations. In fact, we've been out on an investigation for the past 4 days, and our personnel have been working around the clock on this one particular investigation that we'll be announcing soon. And that command vehicle certainly would have been a big help to us while we were going through this process. We can move on to the next slide. Looking at our significant accomplishments in FY21, we were able to add 20 new police officers to our ranks. Right now, our ratio of male to female police officers within the police department, we were at 38 or 37%, I believe. I'm proud to say that we're at 40% with respects to female officers within the police department, to 60 male. We just promoted a major within the police department, which helped us to install the last division within our police department. As it stands right now, we have 4 divisions within the police department. We have our patrol division, which oversees obviously the patrol function of the police department. But we also have within that section, we have court services. And right now we have the criminal investigations division, which encompasses our records management, and it encompasses our crime scene investigations. It also includes our records management system as well, and license and permits. We have our special operations division, which houses our SWAT unit. It houses our gang unit, our narcotics unit, our drone unit, traffic units, our community policing efforts, and it will eventually be part of, our PAL coordinator will also fall up underneath that division as well. And then the last one would be our Office of Professional Standards. We have internal affairs there. We have fleet management. We have information technology there. Also field inspections, background and recruitment, and in our training. And so that's the last of the divisions within the police department that we have put together. And so we obviously needed supervision to make that happen. And so we promoted 7 lieutenants, 13 sergeants, and 2 detectives also from within the police department. We acquired 25 Dodge Durangos in 2021, which has helped with our patrol effort. You heard me mention earlier that we ordered 40 new patrol vehicles. And then at some point, maybe during mid-budget year, we'll ask for additional resources as we get more staff on board. And so we're really excited that our fleet is headed in the right direction. As many of you know, we inherited an aging fleet from Fulton County, so it's important that we start to surplus a lot of those vehicles. But until we start getting those vehicles in, we're unfortunately having to hang on to some of our older units. We initiated our drone unit. We have 3 operators right now. They're all certified pilots, drone pilots. We have an indoor unit where we've actually deployed once with respects to our SWAT operations. We were able to send it in instead of sending in our police officers physically. We were able to get good intelligence as it relates to our drones, and we were also able to put them up during the disaster that we had when the tornado came through and hit the city of South Fulton. We also have deployed them in cooperation with our fire department, and so we're really excited about that. We're expecting to expand on that in FY22 as well. And so that's one of those initiatives that we're really excited about. Also in 2021, we were able to acquire Perry. Perry is probably one of the most expensive K9 units you'll ever see. Perry is worth or valued at $100,000. And why that's so significant is that Perry was gifted to us by ATF, the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. We sent a handler up at the at the federal government expense up to Quantico, and they were able to train up there on a number of different bomb operations. Perry is also able to find ballistic evidence such as shell casings, weapons, when those things are thrown into the woods. And so we're really excited about Perry. She's since gone and cleared Mercedes-Benz Stadium. She goes to the airport routinely. She's able to come down and sweep City Hall for different type of detection devices. So we've deployed Perry on a number of different occasions. And so we're excited about adding her to our ranks. We also acquired Shakan, who is one of our K9, thank you, one of our K9 officers. And the handler is also an investigator, a narcotics investigator as well. So we're going to continue to try to add to our K9 fleet or our K9 ranks within FY22 as well. One of our big purchases is a weapons simulator. Now, this simulator helps our officers with training under lethal weapon scenarios. We're able to make sure that we put them in real life scenarios where our officers are encountered use of force situations. And it helps us to gauge where they are with respects to our training. And one of the things we expect to do with that also is to roll it out with our civilian police training also. I know that we have South Fulton U. We have South Fulton U, and we expect to put many of our citizens and the council through this training as well as we move forward and we get it in-house. You can go on to the next slide. We purchased 9 license plate readers last year, and they were all deployed along Old National. As I mentioned earlier, we had success with solving 2 murders from license plate readers that were deployed, but those were actually from the private sector. We did acquire our Bearcat last year, and we've deployed it at least 33 times over the course of the year. In fact, our PA system in that Bearcat is so loud, we give warnings prior to breaching in narcotics search warrant situations. We'll give a loud warning to the individuals inside of the house. And on a couple of occasions, the individuals have come out with their hands in the air, and our personnel didn't have to breach the door, which keeps our police officers out of harm's way. And we're really excited about that. We're going to continue to use it as we move forward. We'll bring it out to our community events so that our community can see what type of vehicle it really is. It really is a rescue vehicle, and we want to make sure that we continue to educate our citizens around that area. During the pandemic, we were able to purchase a scheduling system. I heard that the courts were able to completely automate. Well, we were able to automate a lot of our services where we were able to schedule many of our citizens to come in to make sure that we didn't lose that contact with our citizens, to make sure that we were providing the same level of service. Obviously, nothing replaces face-to-face contact, but we certainly feel like we got to a really good space with respects to our personal services over the course of the pandemic. We also acquired 2 all-terrain vehicles, 2 ATVs. We've gotten a number of complaints about ATV activity in the city of South Fulton. Here's one of the things that we envision with the use of these ATVs. We'll be trained by Peachtree City. As many of you know, they have walking trails, they have golf cart paths there, so they routinely patrol on ATVs. The police chief there is a very good friend to the city of South Fulton. She's agreed to allow her staff to train and certify our people in those operations. We expect to roll those out soon. We've also acquired 17 miles of waterway. I heard the fire chief mention that earlier. This is another area that we expect to use those ATVs along that terrain, along the Chattahoochee that runs that 17-mile stretch of the city of South Fulton. And we'll also use them to patrol in our parks as well. We expect to get good use out of those vehicles. And so we're really excited about the implementation of that. And we also acquired a Ford pickup truck and a trailer that you see depicted in the slide to transport those ATVs from one place to another. Now, I must say that the ATVs are there's an exception for law enforcement for ATV use on city streets. And so we don't expect to use them on city streets, but certainly sometimes traveling from one park to the next, we may occasionally go on the street if they're not being transported by those trailers. Here you take a look at our budget. In this last slide, you will see an increase in our budget from this time last year. A majority of that is personnel that we've asked for, and a lot of that is to cover our efforts along FIB and to help ramp up our beat alignments. You can go on to the next slide. As you see here, we've gone from, we're asking from 101 police officer 2 positions to 131. And what that'll do for us, it'll help us to go from having a 10 beat. Initially, as you all recall, we had an 8 beat alignment. We went from 8 beats in FY 2019 to 10 beats in FY 20. We expect to get between 12 to 13 beats in FY 22, and we certainly want to try to make sure that we use the remaining balance of those personnel to create the 2 of the 6 beats that we will ultimately see along the Fulton Industrial Corridor. And so that's where you'll see a bulk of our increase coming from, and that's an ask for personnel. We've asked for at least 30 additional police officer 2 positions. We've asked for some additional detective positions to account for the increase in crime that occurs along that Fulton Industrial Corridor, so that we can make sure that we're investigating those appropriately. Now, having said that, you'll also see an increase in our information technology personnel. One of the things that we're asking for is the ability to increase our GCIC operations so that we can try to take a further step away from Fulton County right now. In most of the problems that we've seen with respects to our inspections from the state, most of those are coming on the Fulton County end. I will say this, we've been able to attract some really high quality personnel to oversee our records management along with our GCIC operations. We have Miss Robin Smith, who we managed to get from Sandy Springs, and she's done an exceptional job in terms of being able to manage our civilian staff on this end. And one of the things that we're looking at doing right now is trying to create levels of separation with respects to the staff of our civilian personnel, so that we can make sure that we're creating some upward mobility for our staff, our civilian staff, because we want to be able to not only attract high quality people, but we also want to make sure that we have the ability to retain those folks as well. I'm reminded when I had the opportunity to meet with the state after we went through our inspections, and Miss Terry Fisher, who's over GCIC operations and records management for the state, said that it was a pleasure to work with Miss Smith. She had nothing but glowing things to say about her and the efforts that she put forth in the city of South Fulton. And she said that a lot of police departments throughout the state can use those as best practices. And so we want to continue to build on that as we move forward and take further steps away from Fulton County, so that we could eliminate those errors that we did see in the inspections that we did have in FY21. We also are working with the city manager's office on trying to help with a retention bonus program for our police officers. We're looking at hiring bonuses for people coming in to the police department. If you all have seen, you've probably seen a lot of these hiring and retention bonuses that many of these police departments are throwing at police officers regionally, because it's becoming extremely competitive. We want to make sure that our police department stays on the forefront of that. So we're asking that we look at retention bonuses for our police officers, and also hiring bonuses to try to lure other police officers to our organization. When we cast that vision out about intelligence-driven policing, a lot of these young people want to be part of that technology that we're building. And so getting them to come over with those monetary incentives is extremely important to us. And also we're looking at educational incentives for our police officers too. You heard me mention earlier, with the implementation of intelligence-driven policing, you have to have a highly specialized police department. Well, as our police officers gain those levels of expertise where they're classified as experts in certain areas, we certainly want to incentivize those educational opportunities as well. And so, having said that, I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Chief. We have Councilwoman Willis and then Councilman Clee.
Thank you, Chief Meadows, for your thorough presentation and all that you do to keep our city and the residents in our city safe. Again, you know, we all glorify in the fact that we have had a decrease in crime in our city when other cities are experiencing increases. So kudos to you and your officers. Now, you know, I had a conversation with you the other day, and I'm going to put you on the spot because this is the perfect place for you to talk about what you talked about with me. And it was concerning the working conditions of your officers. I called you because I was concerned, and I'm still concerned because I didn't really see, if you did touch on it, it wasn't highlighted to the magnitude. And we all want you to continue doing what you're doing in your efforts as far as fighting and reducing violent crime in our community. But what's important to me as well is that we are doing community outreach, not only to engage our seniors and our adult community, but more importantly, I don't see where we're doing enough community outreach to engage our youth and connect with our youth. Last year and the year before that, we asked that $50,000 be put in the budget to initiate the Police Athletic Association. And I know pandemic has an impact on that, but I didn't see anything, unless I missed it. I didn't see you mention anything about bringing that back or putting that infrastructure in place for 2022. I didn't see anything in the presentation about any community outreach efforts as far as connecting with our youth. And when I had a conversation with you the other day privately, you said that you didn't have the resources to, I might be misquoting you, so correct me if I'm wrong. You said you needed resources and you needed better working conditions for your officers so that you can get people to focus on that. So you said it was two things that was enabling you to do that. It was the working conditions, and then you said it was the resources, the lack of resources. And so can you, I'm asking you, what you shared with me on the phone, and I've already communicated with the city manager, I need you to share with this entire council.
Okay. No, you quoted me accurately, Councilwoman. One of the things that we looked at over the course of the year, and see, I'm one of those people, I manage by walking, right? And so when I'm going around to these different work sites, I do see the conditions that many of our people are in. And what I've told my people is that we're going to slow the growth of the police department. And let me tell you why. Right now, and I could use Lieutenant Nick Williams as an example, and I hope he doesn't mind me using him as an example, but he has people, staff and units working out of 3 different locations. And if with the PAL coordinator position and with the implementation of PAL, that would be a 4th, which means he'll have people scattered through 3 or 4 different workspaces. And it's really difficult for him, especially being a young commander, managing under those circumstances. And so as you begin to spread out even further, you spread your resources, because what we want to do is make sure that even as we begin to grow, that we're putting the right processes in place as the police department grows. And so the working conditions are not ideal for our people. We've talked about a police headquarters, and we've talked about the need to expedite that because right now we have people working out of a lot of different circumstances. And so it's one thing to say we have a PAL program. It's another thing to say that we have the outreach in place, but it's also something that's extremely important to give our police officers the resources around the capacity to make that happen. I've worked with I've spoken with Chris Pike, who's the Economic Development Director. We've talked about developing a police headquarters that's embedded in our community. And let me tell you why that's so important. Because it's one thing for us to say we're a community-minded police department, but we have to be accessible and interactive with our community. Every police facility that we develop, I want to make sure that it's developed with the idea in mind that that police department doesn't belong to the police department, that it belongs to the community. Chris Pike and I have talked about a combination of putting together a police facility along with a community center. And in that community center, we talked about putting an urban garden in place. Now, urban garden does a lot of things for our outreach. Let me tell you what happens. Right now, we're looking at the biggest gap in our society, or the biggest gap in our city. And I said this on Miss Penny Rogers' radio show just the other day. The biggest gap in our community is between our elderly people and our young people. The language doesn't exist that allows our elderly people to communicate with our young people. And what I mean by that is that as the last generation of a baby boomer, I'm used to telling people, y'all young folks need to get it together. Well, that puts them defensive. And what happens is that our young people are shutting down. In order for us to be able to communicate with our young people effectively, we have to have something in common that we're willing to come to, and nothing's more in common than the earth, and being able to talk over an urban garden, or maybe creating walking trails around the police department, where when our youth come in, that we have that environment that's conducive to those sort of conversations. And so I understand the need for outreach. I'm all about outreach. But at the end of the day, what we have to make sure is that because we have minimal resources, that we're using those resources effectively, and that we're not stretched out in 8 and 9 different facilities to try to make that happen. It works better when we're able to attack it as a team, and we're able to do it at a central base of operation. And so I really appreciated the conversation that you and I had the other day, Councilwoman, but maybe I haven't done a good enough job of conveying what my vision is to the body, so that we could try to help facilitate those sort of facilities within this police department.
So, and for full transparency, that community center / resource center we're looking to do that at the District 3 Red Oak
Absolutely.
Police precinct.
Right.
And that is a vision of the mayor and mine for that Red Oak Historic District. So I'm looking forward to working with you and Mr. Pike to bringing that to fruition. Currently, where is the Community Outreach Division housed? I thought it was housed in the precinct on Butler Road.
We have some parts of it on Butler Road. We have some parts of it over on Old National. And then I believe the park rangers are operating out of Stonewall Tail right now.
Okay, so just to be transparent, you also mentioned that right now you all don't have any place to do proper, if you have to bring someone in to do interviews, or if you have to detain youth, or if you have to do, you mentioned that you don't have any place right now that is secure and proper to do integration interviews, to detain youth, and a lot of our officers are working out of their cars because with the pandemic, right now, you all have to limit the precinct, the back and forth. So it's the working conditions for our officers. You explained to me, I'm putting all of this out because we were paying a monthly fee, and I need to know the cost. How much have we put out for that building on Old National that we paid to, and we also paid for that building to be white box. And now we're no longer getting that location. So I need that number, Ms. Bembry. How much money have we wasted of our taxpayers' dollars for a building that we are no longer getting now? And so did I quote you correct? You're saying our officers at this time are in deplorable working conditions.
Yes, and And I'll be perfectly, excuse me, I'll be perfectly honest with you. Doing everything we can to try to get our officers in better, I have some, thank you, in better conditions, but certainly we need the assistance of the council and the administration to make that happen.
So, Ms. Sally Jones, Mr. Toms, and our mayor and council, I hope that we're doing everything in our power in fiscal year 2022 to get our officers who are doing their best to keep us safe in better working conditions, and stop dragging our feet and getting them in a precinct. I never wavered on that precinct on Old National, but some of us did, and we gambled and we lost out, and we wasted taxpayers' money because we were paying a monthly fee, and we paid for that building to be white box, and for nothing, because now we lost out. We're not getting the building again. Now, my second question is, we have an increase in population, according to our census, of 107,000. Now, our last, the DCA average was based on a population of 88,000 residents. And the DCA average said that we were supposed to have about 250 officers.
Right.
And so my question to you is, do we need to go back to Georgia Tech and get that study updated based on the last census numbers that came in?
Well, believe it or not, when we did that study, I asked them to factor in for growth over the next 10 years.
Oh, great.
Right. And so one of the things, and the reason I said 10 years is because 10 years from now, I went through a beat realignment with previous departments every 5 years. I think that this beat realignment will serve us well for at least a 10-year period. And the reason that I say that is because what we're looking at doing right now, because we have the most undeveloped land in the region, as that land becomes developed over the next 10 years, that we'll then have to sit down and take a look at our beat alignment after we start to realize the types of development that we're anticipating over the next 10 to 15 years. And so, and that's also, we had them to look at Fulton Industrial, which they're saying should be divided up into 6 different beats. And so that's why we're looking at a 24 beat design right now, with a cap right now anywhere between 295 to 300 police officers.
Well, let me.
I'm not finished, Mayor. Hold on a second. I got 2 more questions.
Ms. Willis.
Okay, well, I'm going back in the queue because I got 2 more questions.
Go back in the queue.
Okay, thank you.
Let me caution, before we go any further, let me caution. You have to be mindful of your questions that you're asking Meadows in public. There's some things that need to be handled in executive session. So I just want, as you come up, as others you come up, please keep that in mind. Mr. Khalid, go right ahead.
Hey, thank you so much, Chief Meadows, for your presentation. My first question is about something I didn't hear, and that was around the park rangers. Mm-hmm. We have like 17 parks and 5 park rangers. Right. Are we adding more park rangers? And I understand that even that sometimes they are even pulled from the parks that they're in to respond to calls. What is our plan for expanding our park rangers program?
Well, ultimately, after we start looking at the beat alignment, we certainly want to try to make sure that we get somewhere in the neighborhood of 10, at least 10 park rangers. I do know that we have 17 parks, but some of them are relatively close geographically. And so it's not inconceivable that you can have maybe 1 patrolling 2, maybe 3 parks, given the size. I do know that some of the parks, particularly the one in District 4, can be extremely problematic, given yes, its lack of the lack of use. I've gone through that park on several different occasions, and so we have to make sure that we're doing our due diligence around some of our parks, particularly the ones that are most vulnerable. And so I'm relying on Lieutenant Nick Williams here when I believe that 10, and as we move forward and start to ramp up more programming in a lot of the parks, that number certainly will increase. But over the course of the pandemic, we were utilizing them in various capacities because the programming simply wasn't there. But we'll get a better sense of what that looks like as the parks begin to open back up and they start to ramp back up for the various services that they offer.
Awesome. And my last question is, you mentioned in your presentation that police are allowed to ride ATVs on city streets. Where, to your knowledge, can City of South Fulton citizens legally ride ATVs in this city?
It's only on private property where that happens, where it takes place. And I know that I've had this conversation with Councilwoman Gumbs. I know we have a number of horse farms and things of that nature, and it's not inconceivable that they could ride them legally there. I did have a group of individuals that were trying to teach children how to ride them safely. And I explained to him that it wasn't proper for them to be on the city street, that they may want to look to some of the individuals that own land that's quite frankly undeveloped. And so I think that would be a better use of some of the land rather than trying to just limit them from being in the city altogether. Obviously, it's a recreational activity. It can be done, but as long as it's done safely, that's the only thing we're advocating for. The police department is not against ATVs. I just want to be clear. But what we are advocating for is safe use of those recreational vehicles.
No, I agree 100%. And I do want to make sure as long as we're selling them and that people are buying them, we have to find some place that people can ride them. So for Mr. Landrum, I'll be asking you about that in your upcoming presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid. Now we're Ms. Gums, followed by Ms. Gilliard, then Ms. Willis.
Chief Meadows, thank you for your presentation. I got quite a few questions, so just bear with me. My first question is in regards to the Butner Road precinct. There has been talks about it opening up for 24 hours. Have we budgeted for that activity to occur in this next fiscal year?
Well, most of the satellite precincts, and I'll say this in full transparency, we've moved administrative offices in those locations, and it's mainly because of the lack of space that we have that we've done that. And so, as you well know, administrative offices close at some point. And so my goal is to, as we get that central base of operations and we have personnel working out of a police headquarters, that will deploy police personnel that will be dispatched from those different precincts, such as Cedar Grove, such as Butner Road, and eventually, the Campbell Road facility. And so it will be ultimately a 24-hour operation, but we're looking at doing that after we have created sort of a central base of operations, so that those patrol units will have the space so that when they come in, that they'll be able to operate in those facilities effectively.
Okay, understood. Also too, in the evenings or after these precincts have been closed, and the city closes, of course, we have the party houses and the short-term rentals. I know we talked about code enforcement, actually, I guess, being one officer or someone being on your team. Are we still moving in that direction to manage those type of activities that are after city hours?
So we have Officer Gibbons, or Corporal Gibbons, who that's what his primary function is. And so it's going to be up to code enforcement to actually communicate with Corporal Gibbons when they're seeing those sort of challenges, so that we can make sure that that two-way communication is happening within the police department and with code enforcement. We want to make sure that that we're having the appropriate response under those circumstances. And so that's going to be extremely important. I haven't gotten nearly as many complaints about the party houses recently. That's not to say that they don't exist. The complaints may be going directly to code enforcement. But I haven't been hearing that as big of a problem as it has been in the past.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Also too, you had mentioned that you all have purchased 9 tag readers, license plate tag readers for the Old National. Are there any, is there any purchases that are budgeted for license plate readers for other areas of the city, for those major corridors, like maybe,
Absolutely.
Cascade, Campbellton?
So we have the CID that's committed to putting tag readers along the Fulton Industrial Corridor. I'm looking at ramping up our tag readers along the Camp Creek corridor. I know that recently when we had the situation involving your incident, that we went back to the tag readers, and sometimes you don't really know where your holes are until you know. And so what we're doing right now is an assessment of the tag readers along Camp Creek. And we certainly want to look at some along the South Fulton Parkway corridor as well. And so it's never a good idea to add a bunch of assets out in the field at one time. We try to ramp those up over time, because as some of those assets go down, you want to make sure that you have the right mechanism in place to monitor all of your technology assets out in the field. And so we don't want to shock the system all at once and buy 50 tag readers and deploy them all at one time. We want to make sure that we're maintaining the health of those assets as they go out into the field, and we want to ramp them up over the course of time. But we did recognize some holes along that Camp Creek corridor that we're now looking at. Yes.
Okay. And lastly, as far as the gunfire, I know I had mentioned gunfire location, and I know that there's some software to kind of help us kind of narrow it down as far as where the gunfire is coming from. Are you considering anything of that nature, that type of software? Because I've seen it successful in other cities.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that is something that's on your radar.
We've looked at it. It's just the technology is extremely expensive. I believe it's $100,000 for one sensor, and so that sensor covers one radius of a mile. And so we have to be mindful of where we're putting that sort of technology. I do know that there are some companies that are in the process of developing inexpensive technology that I believe would be more conducive to a city like South Fulton. When you talk about a $100,000 sensor to cover one radius square mile, you're talking about cities the size of Atlanta. In fact, when I met with the ShotSpotter CEO a few years ago, I asked him if he had the thought of creating some products for smaller cities. And not necessarily your Chicago's, New York's, Atlanta, and things of that nature. And so there are companies that are starting to ramp up the technology, and we're in the middle of trying to test some of that technology. I heard someone mention an innovation center earlier. I believe it was Tuesday. We were thinking about starting one in the police department and getting students from Georgia Tech to sit in and try technology and try to break it if they could. I'm just using that as an analogy, but if they could find the holes in it for us, we certainly want to try to have young people coming in and testing that technology for us.
I definitely think that would be a great addition if you all could start an innovation department. And the last thing that I have, I know that we were talking about, this has been brought up a couple of times from some of the officers as far as promotions. I know we do a lot of promotions within the police department. And that could be relative to, pay raises or trying to get people to where they need to have a decent salary. Have we looked at or worked with HR or budgeted anything to kind of help with the officers growing in their roles or being able to be promoted to other areas? Because I think it's kind of like stagnant in certain areas from my understanding.
Yeah, what we've done is created kind of a leadership track, not just for command staff, but for our police officers also. We've partnered with Atlanta Metropolitan State. What they have right now is 7 classes of leadership. And we're encouraging our police officers to sign up for those, because what we're finding out more often than not, they're able to get college credit towards their bachelor's degree. when they take those classes. Now, I'm able to pay for those 7 classes through the drug fund account. And so we've been encouraging our police officers to take those. And so as police officers are able to make it through that, we're encouraging them to stay in school and try to finish their degree if they don't already have one. And then we're also looking at when we sit down and start selecting and going through the promotional process, those individuals that have actually completed that leadership track and that have put themselves in that position. And so the infrastructure is there for it. And at the command level, we have 2 individuals that's going to Columbus State University, finishing up their master's degree right now. And we're actually able to pay for that through drug funds as well. And so on both levels, at the very basic levels of the police department, we have those leadership tracks in place. We've been getting that out to our police officers and encouraging them to take advantage of it. And so we're going to continue to work with that. Now, as far as HR, we had the HR director. She came in and sat in on a couple of our promotional interviews. And so we do those at least once a year, where officers that are eligible are able to come in. Now, you have to have at least 3 years of experience in law enforcement before you're eligible to take that particular test. And many of our police officers, well, I'd wager to say almost 66 to 70% of our police officers have anywhere from 1 to just shy of 3 years. So we should be coming up on the bulk of the police department within the next year, promotional cycles that will be eligible for that. And so we would certainly encourage all of our people to take advantage of those promotional opportunities.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Those were my questions, and looking forward to a great 2022.
And before we go further, let me readjust my speaker's alignment. That's Gilliard, Reeves, Baker, Willis, and I will end after Willis. Myself will close out. So right now, Ms. Gilliard.
Thank you, Chief. I want to give you a lot of kudos. I'm sitting here thinking about when you first came on board and how far we've progressed every year. Every year, there's a lot of creativity, there's a lot of innovation, and I just want to give you those kudos. I have 2 things I'd like to talk about, and I'm really glad that you mentioned Cedar Grove Park. And when you did, that's what made me think about when you first came on board and we looked at Cedar Grove Park. And I remember there were 2 young men there and we didn't know what they were doing. And you said, stop the car. And you got out and you went over and talked to them. And I just thought that was just excellent. And they left. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the park doesn't have anything. And I know I talk about this a lot. And there are 5 subdivisions with children that are very close by. And so a tot lot, even a restroom, because there's no restroom there anymore, that was torn down. And there was a lot of conversation with the former arts director, and we had talked about a garden there and a walking trail. And even the mayor had talked about art features at that park. So I'm just hoping that eventually something will be there. That's number 1. Number 2, the citizens might not know this, and I was just really shocked that when you think people are having parties and you don't know what's going on, some of the parties are sex parties and they are advertised that way. And the chief knows that he's had to deal with that. And I just want to know whether or not that's growing. Is it contained? What is the status of that?
So we have one person that his primary job is scouring social media all day. And when we see those sex parties advertised, we do everything in our power to knock them down before they get started. you'd be amazed at how many different things you see advertised on social media and what people are advertising. We've been able to give heads up to Chattahoochee Hills for some sex parties because of the intelligence.
Is it square miles?
Yeah, the
Linear
intelligence.
miles.
Excuse me, Mr. Neymar. Yeah, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Chief.
The intelligence that's coming through the police department. And so having that intelligence, they are still being advertised, Councilwoman. But when we see them, we make it a concerted effort to try to do what we can to knock them down before they even get started. And so, it does become a problem from time to time, but we monitor those sort of things on social media regularly.
Thank you. And then my last question is about police living in the community. What's the status? What does that look like? What's the status of that?
Well, the city manager has an initiative, and she's trying to right now give, and I don't want to step on your toes, Ms. Sadler Jones. Did you want to comment on it? Okay.
Yes, I was going to present it during my presentation, but
Okay.
yes, we are a part of the budget is a housing allowance for public safety personnel who desire to live within our city limits. So we have budgeted enough to do a pilot program. And then, of course, we will look at and see, what the participation rate is. And then, of course, if it expands and it's something that's successful, maybe we can not only do the housing allowance, but maybe in the future look at doing a down payment assistance program. But we felt like it was in the best interest of the city that we at least start with the housing allowance this year and see how that goes. So we are
That's
definitely
great.
asking for council support in that initiative.
Oh, thank you so much. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Gilliard. Next, we'll have Councilman Reeves.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Chief. Just to piggyback on that, is this what we were just talking about, Madam Jones? Is this for our first responders?
Yes, sir. It would be for first responders. It would be either rental or mortgage assistance, and we would cap it at a monthly amount. Of course, we will have to provide, they will have to provide documentation of where they live within the city limits. But yes, the plan is a pilot program for public safety.
Awesome. When that plan grows, can we see about expanding that to teachers as well? If that's
Well, I think with our city funds, I'm not sure if we would be able to do it for any.
right. I was just saying if they live here in the city and teach here at a school within the city, that's stipulation. This is a suggestion. I just think,
Okay.
that program. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Chief, yes, thank you for all that y'all doing. Plus, we talk about the facilities. Thank you for the sign at Road National, even though we do want to work on upgrading the facilities all over. And just again, thanks for the presentation and support you guys 100%.
Thank you so much, Councilman. I appreciate that.
All right, Councilwoman Reeves, thank you very much. Now we have Councilman Baker.
Yes, thank you for acknowledging me. And Chief, thank you for your presentation. You're well deserving of all of the kudos that you've received thus far for the things that you're doing. I actually have a whole lot.
Can't hear you, Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Is this better?
It's better.
Okay, I actually have a whole lot, and I know that we're scheduled to actually break right now.
Yes.
But I would like to just ask the assistant city manager, Don Times, if he has met with the chief regarding the 4 initiatives that we spoke about regarding modifying and modernizing some of the aspects of the way we move in law enforcement, the possibility of hiring
Mr. Baker, you're breaking up.
I apologize for this Fisher Price, my first Wi-Fi. What I was asking is if Mr. Toms had any conversation with Chief Meadows regarding the initiatives in hiring a full-time post-certified mental health expert or someone to work.
Yes, sir. We discussed several of those options with the social aspects of adding additional training to the entire police department to be able to cover a lot of your initiatives. So, yes, sir. I'll set up a meeting between us and invite any other city council that would like to attend that. That way, you guys could all, kind of participate in how we move these type of programs forward throughout the police department.
Yes, and to add just briefly to what my colleague, District 5, Corey Reeves, just stated, while I understand why the city manager advised we can't do what he contended regarding the teachers, but there are concessions that can be made in working as a municipality in concert with the school. And I think as a part of modernizing or even as modifying, if you will, the way that Councilwoman Willis even stated with the outreach can be one of the concessions that I had as my second initiative. But I look forward to you setting up that meeting and, everyone being a part of it. And I guess we can go into detail there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker. Good effort in the mental health thing. Thanks for bringing that up. Now we'll have Ms. Willis, then myself. I'll close it out, and we'll have lunch. Councilwoman Willis. Councilwoman Willis.
I was trying to unmute. I'm sorry. So as far as us using our municipal tax dollars to provide any type of rental assistance to children, to teachers, teachers, educators have a special place in my heart because, my mother is a retired educator, but I do not agree with that at all. For every dollar that we spend, they get 50%, they get 50 cents of a dollar. And they got their own American Rescue Funds. So it would be more prudent for the school board to come up with some type of rental assistance for their teachers. Our municipal tax dollars, American Rescue Funds, should be used for our staff. And that's just where I am with that. Let me finish my last two questions.
Go right ahead.
Update. Do you have an update on the video legislation for commercial truck and municipal roads? Commercial trucks on municipal roads. I know you asked the General Assembly to work on that legislation for you, Chief.
I do not, but I do know that our lobbyist is planning a meeting with some of the department heads coming up, and I think they have a special session coming up soon, and it's my intention to broach that subject with them there. I've gotten quite a few complaints about it. I think that technology would help to serve as a force multiplier for the police department. And I've also had discussions about potentially raising or looking at the fines, if the fines are stiff enough for people that are violating the truck route ordinance. We've had that conversation with Ms. Jones and certain parts of the administration. We certainly want to push that conversation forward as well.
Okay, and I would ask that you please work with Senator Halpern on the Senate side. I know you are working with Bazemore in the House, but sometimes you can approach it from both sides. So I'm suggesting that you reach out to Sonia Halpern on the Senate side.
Will do.
And last question for me is, how many officers are you requesting for fiscal year 2022?
We're requesting 50 plus police officers coming up for the upcoming budget cycle. Now we do have some vacancies, and so what we've done in an effort to try to help, manage the finances a little bit more. We've pushed those hires out to the mid-year budget. adjustment so that we can fill the current vacancies that we have. And so that's one of the things we're looking at doing, is filling our vacancies by the end of this calendar year, and then moving into FY 2022 start with the new positions that the body grants the police department.
Okay, and of the 50 officers that you requested, how many of them are going on the street?
Well, a bulk of them will.
Okay.
We've asked for I think 5 new detective positions. With the influx of crime that should be coming in off of the Fulton Industrial Corridor. And then there are some other positions, but a bulk, I believe 30 of that 50 will be going to patrol.
Okay, and do you have any going to community outreach? Because I understand you saying that they're all over the place, but we really need to beef up our efforts. I mean, I know you do a great job. Y'all do a great job with Coffee with the Cops, but unfortunately, our youth don't drink coffee. So I would like to see, maybe ice cream with a cop, more events that will engage our youth, because with the unrest issues that went on in 2020 and 2021, we really do need our youth to understand that officers are not their enemies. And I would even like to see a youth conference in collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, and, maybe some of the council members, Councilmember Reeves and I can work with you and get one plan once this pandemic dies down. But I really would like to see something like that happen in our city.
And you know what, I completely, I love the idea. I've had the conversation with some of the chiefs so that we're not just running a City of South Fulton PAL unit, that we're running more of a regional PAL program, so that we can have kids from all of the South Fulton communities. To be perfectly honest with you, we have College Park addresses here, we have Fairburn addresses here, and I think it would be important for each one of the police departments to dedicate resources to a regional PAL program. I know that I've had this conversation with Sheriff Labatt, and he's all about the outreach. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, and when we started seeing an uptick in E911 calls, we started taking a hit in our community policing section. And so as the pandemic subsides, we do expect to ramp those numbers back up, or the number of police officers assigned over there, because during the pandemic, I think we lost at some point about 15% of our workforce. And that, as you could imagine, that could be particularly problematic. And so we're looking at right now, of getting those community policing numbers back to where they were prior to that.
Okay, thank you. I yield, Mayor. And again, thank you for doing a good job. You all have done a yeoman's job with attacking the crime, and I hope you're not taking the community outreach push back as being critical. But I just really everybody has room for improvement, and that's just an area that I would like to see us improve in. Thank you for all that you do to keep us safe. And again, I am horning in on this. I hope Mayor, City Manager, and Council, we do our darnest to make sure that we get our officers in better working conditions, because they're doing a yeoman's job keeping us safe, keeping our residents safe. Our crime is decreased, and nobody wants to live where they're not safe. So the least we can do is make sure our officers have good working conditions. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Meadows, how you doing?
Just fine, Mayor. How about with you?
Doing good. I don't need to tell you what a great job you have. You make me feel good as mayor when I go around and I cite the people what my crime statistics are. So very good job. One thing I would like to ask is, you know as well as I do what it costs to bring a police officer in, to maintain him, get him suited up and all this stuff.
Right.
As you talk about incentives in the future, are you requiring in a contract for the new hires that they stay with us for a period of time?
Yes. When we bring in a new hire, they have to stay for a period of 2 years. Now, for somebody that we put through mandate, which is the police academy, that's dictated by state law. They have to stay with us for a 2-year period. Now, if we bring someone in and give them a hiring bonus, then the same expectation applies there as well. And so we want to make sure that when we're bringing in people, we're giving them that incentive, but we're also creating the appropriate environment for them to stay, and it will be able to retain them long term as well.
Okay. My second issue, well, not an issue, my second conversation, Councilwoman Willis touched on a little bit. I think it was her. I want us to do an extraordinary job in policing these tractor trailers.
Right.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to see, I have myself moved at least 10 by calling the police over in our area, Miss Gilliard in my area. And it's ridiculous. So what am I saying? And I know that you have some challenges just through this state, and I will be helping on that. But when we see one, and he's not on our streets, I don't care about this hand slapping or park somewhere. He needs to be told or he needs to be cited. And that's the way we're going to get some respect with these truckers and things of that nature, because understand this, the warehouses that being built in Union City are spec warehouses, which means that they don't have a tenant. So once they start renting out that space, you're going to see more and more trucks. And I want you to be able to do that. The second thing is, I appreciate having you because you and I talk, and I get feed from other mayors, and we just talked the other night about College Park is taking the liquor license for 90 days on 2 clubs on their end. And I wanted you to know that if they're doing that, you knew that we probably come back on our end. All right. They're going to shoot them down there. So I want to continue to have that relationship with you so that if I hear things from neighboring cities, that you could do it and react. I think it was Councilwoman Khalid that talked about park rangers. I mean, we had 5. I think we got a lot of parks. And I think Councilwoman Gilliard mentioned it too. We need to probably look at that and see how we can, and the parks are far away. That's a lot for 5 people to do. But I know that Nick and those are doing their darndest to make sure that everything is right. So I just wanted to make that those comments to you. You're doing a great job. And one last thing, Chief, when it comes to those people who work for us in the police department, your vision is our vision.
Thank you, man.
We ain't working against each other on nothing when it comes to the police department. Now, I know we've had some things where we could have done better had we not procrastinated, but that's water over the bridge. We got to move forward and do something about what you're saying. But I would caution you to, whatever you're doing, make sure you're in concert with, or you're in communication rather, with the city manager, all right, and us, so that we can kind of dialogue through these things together, all right, and as and pick up something we can live with and then go forward with. So I just want to let you know that you know how I am.
Right.
I tried to get every precinct I could for $1. You know that, and we were good. We got that. But I know we got to go forward, and we're working right now. I just got a call from the I gotta wait to get off this call from the housing authority to see if we can close that out. And so Chief, thank you for all you do. Your vision is our vision, and we appreciate every officer that wears this uniform that says South Fulton, Georgia.
I would like to say this, Mayor, before I get off. The parks have come up several times, and I know historically, when we've deployed cameras in the park, they've come out of the park's budget. I'm sending some police officers to get trained in set TIT principles. They're going out to become actually experts in it. And one of the things I'm looking at, and we've talked about the use of the camera money, but we want to be able to expand our technology to include our parks. And so even when we talk about, creating those force multipliers, I want cameras throughout our parks and along our walking trails. And so my expectation is that those revenues are generated as a result of technology, and that we use those revenues also to expand our technological capabilities to include our parks and walking trails. And so when they come back from this training, my expectation is that they'll go into our parks and make assessments of those vulnerable areas where cameras need to be. And we certainly will do that with our new Director of Parks and Recreations. I mean, we don't make those sort of decisions in a vacuum. I want you to understand that. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're getting the appropriate digital footprint in our parks as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, I had my hand raised for
No. Mr. Reeves.
Yes, sir.
That I would be the last because we have to go into lunch.
Oh man, God, they're just important.
That's all right. We can catch you. I mean, we'll get your stuff in. All right. Mr. Thank you for being reasonable, Mr. Reeves. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna break for lunch. We need a motion for that.
Mayor, can we have 30 minutes versus 15 minutes? I don't know what we're gonna eat in 15 minutes.
The tuna sandwich?
If it's the consensus of the body, that's not a problem.
When I started lying, I started.
What? Who's that?
I move that we recess for 30 minutes.
There a second?
So move.
Okay, been probably moved to second. Any question about that? Hearing none, what time will we be back? I mean, wait a minute, let me vote. Hearing none, vote please, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call vote to recess for 30 minutes. Councilmember Rao. Councilmember Rao. Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliard.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Khalid. Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That motion is approved.
That brings us back at what time, Mr. Clerk?
We say
Mr. Clerk.
yes, sir.
Okay. I'll like a motion to reconvene. Someone want to make a motion to reconvene?
Yeah. So, Mayor, I wanted to make sure we're proper. Can we just reconvene? I don't know and I know it was improper for me to make a motion for us to take a 30-minute break.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. We just took a lunch break. We just agreed on that.
Yeah.
I don't think we probably need.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Clerk, you think that's proper? Am I thinking correct?
Like we're not voting.
Yeah, I think that's in order.
Okay. All right. Sign the next item, please.
The next budget presentation will be by the city clerk's office.
Oh. Go ahead, Mr. City Clerk.
And just needed to queue up the presentation. One moment, the computer has frozen. One moment.
More about it, I'll clean it up.
Okay, I think we're going to use the previous slide while the other one is loading. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, other stakeholders, and the general public. My name is Corey Adams. I serve as city clerk, and it's my pleasure to present the FY22 budget presentation for the city clerk's office. City clerk office serves as the official record keeper for the city, including open records, the administrative entity for council meetings, and the superintendent for municipal elections. Our mission is to provide efficient, responsive, and accurate information with the highest integrity and professionalism. We are a small department, but we would like to believe that we're one of the most important departments. I will start off with our FY22 goals and objectives. Many of these goals and objectives are in line with our mission to provide efficient, responsive, and accurate information. And we intend to do that through the use of technology. Number one on our list here is procure and implementation of a new online legislative review process and coordinating with the Information and Technology Department. This also goes in line with the second bullet point to procure and implement a new meeting management system, which includes a boards and commissions management component. And we're also doing that in line with the Information Technology Department. Those are going to be two critical objectives that we hope to achieve in FY22. And we believe that it will improve the process to move legislation and ideas throughout the city and ultimately before council for consideration. We have done significant work in both of these areas, and we're hopeful that by October, we'll be able to have a system that meets all of our needs. The third bullet point is reconcile all agreements and contracts approved by council and update the website. This has been a challenge. The previous administration was not doing this, and it is my objective to get this updated on the website and have the agreements and contracts in place by the first of the year. The next goal and objective is to develop and coordinate with council meeting rules and procedures. It is my hope to have a document in front of you the latter part of this year that will not only outline Robert's Rules of Order, but also internal meeting rules so that the council, mayor and council can have a clear understanding of the rules and everyone will agree to them in terms of the efficient operation of the meetings. And lastly, we hope to implement a phased-in approach to achieving compliance with the records management and retention requirements. You heard a presentation 2 weeks ago from my office in terms of the initial steps of this process. This will be a multi-phase process, and it's going to take a lot of work, but we believe that in FY22, we'll be able to achieve this plan and have the city in compliance with the state retention schedule. Next, our FY21 significant accomplishments. As I mentioned earlier, we're an office of 4, currently 3, and I was able to bring on a deputy city clerk early this year, and that has tremendously assisted us in spreading out the workload of this office. We are in the process of hiring a records administrator who will allow the deputy city clerk to free up some of the things he's currently doing. And so that's a major accomplishment for the proper delegation of work in this office. Next, we completed an update of Municode, which is our code of ordinances. The major task here, and we were glad to get it done, was the city charter changes that went into effect in June 2020. That change had not been acted upon, and we were able to, after the first of the year, get the code completely updated, including the current elected officials, and get that the charter changes implemented. Next was we established a public comment process to allow citizens to provide live public comment at city council meetings. As many of you know, with the COVID pandemic, it was a challenge to transition to virtual meetings. We were able to successfully do that. We also were able to think outside of the box and look at best practices in terms of other cities and how they manage their meetings. And early this year, we have a process in place which I think is clear and allows the citizens to not only provide written comment, but also live comment. I would like to thank Communications for assisting in this regard, as well as Information Technology. We did a public information campaign, as well as developed a video to inform the public on how best to make comment at council meetings. Next is an item that I hope to check off the box, hopefully within the next couple months, is the development of an ethics board ordinance. This goes in line with the second bullet point in that the ethics board was changed with the charter change in June 2020. And it was my earnest effort to try to work with the city attorney's office to get a new ethics board ordinance before the council for their consideration and hopefully approval. I think it is very important that the city sticks with its previous commitment of being a city of ethics and have a functioning ethics board in the city. And lastly, as many of you know, this is qualifying week, and we are in the process of the 2021 municipal elections, with elections scheduled to occur on November 2nd, 2021. Up until this point, we've been able to work with Fulton County and get the proper intergovernmental agreement in place, as well as the other ancillary items that we needed to do to put on a proper election in November. Qualifying ends Friday, and we look forward to a robust and fair and honest campaign. Looking at our proposed budget, as you will see, there was a significant decrease, and that is primarily due to the absence of municipal elections funding. Next year, there will not be a city election. However, we will look to supplement the budget in 2 years for the next municipal election. Also, there were some changes in the hospitality accounts as well. Lastly, in terms of the head count, as I mentioned previously, we are a department of 4, and we have a lot of work to do, and we look forward to serving the city. With that, that completes my presentation. I look forward to receiving any questions from council.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I see Ms. Willis's hand is up. Ms. Willis, go right ahead.
I just want to tell Mr. Adams that he has been doing an amazing job. And he is very professional. And I really appreciate that, because dealing with 8 personalities, I know, is not easy, different personalities. I know I've been working with you all closely on a record retention legislation, and it's going to require a new system. And I didn't see that. Did you put that anywhere, or you just kind of mentioned it?
Yes, I just mentioned it. It's actually, I guess the best way to look at that is we're still having discussions with the city manager's office in terms of the funding mechanism for that item. But that's we were hoping that would happen in FY21 or early 22.
Okay. And you have enough staff?
Well, I think we can always use additional support. We definitely are prepared to move forward and get the job done with the staff that we have been budgeted for. But I will tell you that bringing on and taking on this record management process, currently our records administrator is going to be tasked with leading that effort. I don't know if that's a job for one person, but we're prepared to get the work done with the bodies that we are allotted.
So I would suggest that, we're in budget season, so we need to budget for what we need. If you think that record management system is not going to get here until mid-year, I would suggest maybe you request for a mid-year additional staff person.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Willis, in all candor, we did submit for another position, but we understand that the budget is tight, and the city administration and finance didn't fund it at this juncture. But we will more than be happy to come back at mid-year and see if there's a reevaluation of our requests.
Okay, Mrs. Sally Jones, is that what we're doing? Are we going to reevaluate his request in mid-year?
Absolutely. We had several requests for new personnel, and we tried to do our very best to meet expectations and requests in regards to those positions. Of course, we can't, realistically fund everything, but Mr. Adams, as he mentioned, does have a position that he's going to be filling. And so after he fills that position and we have a chance to look at the workload for that individual, then we can certainly go back and reevaluate and determine if we need to go back to the position that he had requested for fiscal year 22.
Okay, because this
was not requested to be filled at this time.
Okay, because this was one of the things that we were dinged on the audit consistently about. And so I know that a new system is going to require testing and implementation, and that's going to require focus. So I just want to make sure that we give him what he needs so that we can make sure that we come into compliance as a city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Willis. Mr. Khalid. Khalid.
Thank you. I touched on this, Mr. Adams, a bit with our communications department, but I do want to make sure that we're budgeting for fiscal year 2022 to do political education, not just on our 2021 municipal elections in November, but again that you talked about bills that changed the way we do business in the city. Senate Bill 202 changed our election system and our runoff elections in ways that people are still trying to figure out. And so, if one of the things that is happening now is that the state is there are people in the state that are seeking to dissolve or take over the Fulton County Elections Board. So with all of these changes that could be possibly coming, I just want to make sure that we have some funding and capacity in place to educate our constituents about any changes that might be coming up in the next. And then lastly, you talked about this new ethics ordinance and ethics board. I just want to be clear for the record, is our current ethics board dissolved? Because we made no motions or resolutions that I can remember to dissolve that ethics board. So at this time, do we just have no ethics board, or is that ethics board in place until we replace it with this new resolution?
Yes, I'm going to defer to the city attorney to address that in part, but I will tell you this. The current ethics board is still in place. However, it is not compliant with the city charter, which is the current law for the city. And it is our position that we would not like to present any ethics cases to that former board for the case that any decision that they make may not be valid under the current city charter.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you want a comment from legal, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, Mr. Hyman, I don't know if you wanted to add anything further to that comment.
None other than a change is needed to be in compliance. That's just really all I would say at this time, because the actual change to the recommended proposed changes are in the draft orders have been circulating.
Okay. You got that, Mr.
And if I may, Councilmember Khalid, to your point regarding political activity in terms of education for political awareness, I'm definitely open to that. That's an idea that I've been thinking about and will broach with the communications department. But we maintain communication with the Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections, and any new information that comes down through their office, they share that with us as well. And I try to share that with the council and staff.
Okay.
All right. Lastly, I just want to ask or just comment that in the last draft that I've seen, and I may not be up to date on all the drafts, it wasn't clear who appointed people to the pool, or I think that there was just still some confusion about the pool of folks that were that could be pulled from for these like random selections of the ethics board in this new configuration.
Yes, and actually that legislation will be on your agenda for first read next Tuesday at the regular meeting. But in short, the current proposal calls for each council member to appoint one person, and the chief judge of the municipal court to appoint one person to constitute the minimum 9-member board of ethics. And from that 9-member board of ethics, the new policy dictates that a random selection of 3 of those 9 would be selected to hear any prospective ethics case.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Khalid, your name just popped up again. Was that a mistake?
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Okay. Ms. Willis?
Yes, Mr. Adams, isn't it true that the ethics calls for in the charter, calls for every appointee to be a attorney?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, because currently on our ethics board that we have in formation, everyone isn't a bar attorney. So I can see, why we would not be in compliant. And if anything, anyone does file an ethics complaint against anyone, it would not be valid if anything were to, come of the case. Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see anybody. Mr. Clerk?
Oh, yes, sir.
You have your hand up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Quick question. Since this ordinance will be for the first read at our next meeting, should we be submitting attorney to the clerk's office, a nominee?
Yes, I didn't want to be presumptuous in terms of what the outcome of the vote will be with the council. So since it is first read, we wanted everyone to take a look at it, and if everyone is satisfactory with it and it proceeds to second read, then we will begin the process to fill that. But I think it would be premature for us to solicit anything with the assumption that it's going to be approved automatically.
I was just suggesting there might be more even comfort with it if they've had their names, but I understand your stance.
Okay, Ms. Rao? Well, let me just say this about you and your department. There's only one word I think my colleagues would agree with me, and that's outstanding. You've done a great job, no matter how many people you've had under your employee. You've been able to use what you've had to get the job done. So thank you very much for the outstanding work that you do. All right.
Thank you.
Any other next department, please?
The next department is the legal department, Attorney Vincent Hyman.
Mr. Hyman.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. It's a pleasure to be with you today. For those that don't know or haven't met me, I'm Vincent Hyman, the new city attorney for the city of South Fulton. And before I get into the particular mission statements or goals and objectives, I've been here approximately 6 months. And what my first 6 months, to me, what I try to incorporate is that communication and integration is what I've always looked for, no matter where I am or what I'm doing. And then also a degree of adaptability and flexibility. Those concepts are what led me to my goals and objectives, because as it relates to communication and integration, that applies to software as well as human interface. And when I got here, I tried to make it a point to find out who the department heads were, the council members, their staff, and just various people, even amongst the midst of the pandemic. I like to come into the office just because I'm more productive for one. So those concepts are what kind of were the driving parameters behind me coming up, or actually our staff coming up with the goals and objectives. Our mission statement is to leverage technology while providing efficient and professional legal services and reducing liability and risk to the city. From my brief time here, and in any legal office, whether it's private or governmental, is that the law department is a key interface with anything or any operation that the mayor, council, or department will do, whether it's contractual, whether or not it's policy or ordinance. All that has the potential to have legal ramifications. And so I've enjoyed building relationships and having conversations with mayor, council, their staff, and department heads, and city manager, because I think that for a young city that we're definitely heading in the right direction. And in that vein, one of my goals, objectives, is to enhance legal training, advice to the mayor, council, and department heads. continue to maintain an open and collaborative communication between the city manager, department heads, and the city attorney's office, to try and continue to work on a collaborative partnership between purchasing, between our department and the legal review and the contract process and execution, to continue to manage and oversee outside counsel bills and fees, and implement software. The software component is what allows, or what would allow this department of 5 to kind of chart the needs and growth of this department in conjunction with the city's growth. We now have 4 out of the 5 staffing positions. So with those 4 out of 5, 2 of the attorneys, I believe in professional development. I don't basically hide the ball or keep anything in terms of legal strategies or philosophies or things from them. I want them to grow as I grow. And so they're also cross-trained, although they come into the office with a primary skill set or areas of law. I like them each one to know what the other one can do as well as what I do, so that in the event that I happen to be out of the office for whatever reason, that somebody can feel that they can confidently ask them a legal question or regarding a legal matter. And continue to work on establishing a process for tracking and responding, handling legal requests and documents. Legal requests come in various forms. It could be meeting someone in the hall, to a phone call or email. And so just having a good process for tracking that. Now we're switching to what our office has been able to accomplish within the 6-month time period. We've gotten an online e-filing system with the court, which is Odyssey, that allows us to do our litigation filings and other court filings, whether it be excess funds, interpleaders, those type of activities. We also have our e-filing system set up with the clerk's office that allows us to do the lien filings, cancellation, property search, and those things related to code enforcement. Also, I hired Mr. Samuel James back in April. He's my paralegal. I also hired an attorney, Miss Catherine Burnett. She came on board in May, and she primarily handles transactional matters as well as legislative and matters. And then Mr. Reggie McClendon, he was the last hire. He came on board in July last month, and he deals with zoning, land use matters, annexation, and even some election matters, as well as legislative drafting, reviewing. Also, I think, which I think is no secret, that we drafted ordinance as relates to us being able to virtually meet, continue to virtually meet our emergency mask and regular mask ordinances. Next slide, please. Also, another accomplishment is that we work hand in hand with the mayor, council, city manager in trying to bring Fulton Industrial on board, which the city and all those players were successful in doing so. Anyone that's met me or know me, I'm kind of a people person, so I like to continue to work on just open dialogue, communication with department heads, because one of the best things is that I'd rather have anyone, what's a counselor, member, department head, or whomever, talk to me before a problem arises versus trying to solve the problem after it arises. So that open dialogue communication helps us identify legal issues early on. Then lastly, the council, if it approves with the upcoming meeting, we will use the city's eminent domain powers for the first time to obtain 2 parcels for our Danford sidewalk project. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. As you can see here, the personnel went from 368,942 to an increase, which represents the 4 out of 5 personnel, including the salaries and benefits. And purchase contract services has gone down, and total budget actually has gone down. Next slide. And as you can see, we had budgeted for 5 positions. Currently, we have 4, and we're looking to add the 5th, which will be the administrative assistant, for the FY22 budget. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
I'm in the queue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hyman. I do see you, Ms. Gilliard. Go right ahead.
Mr. Hyman, how are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation. I believe when we heard from finance, and it couldn't have been this morning because I was not able to attend that meeting. It probably was another meeting when I was talking about funding, contingency money, and money for litigation. And I was told that there would be litigation money in the legal department's budget for 2022, but I don't see that there. So can you speak to that? I mean, I don't see anything for litigation. So if there is any litigation that you're going to have, how is it going to be funded?
There is litigation funding, and that was in what they consider to be the outside contracting services line of my budget.
Okay. As long as it's there, I see it there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
You're
welcome. Mr. Khalid.
You know what? I'm good.
Okay. I see that Ms. Willis has her hand raised again.
Just one quick question. Mr. Hyman, are you going to hire anybody that is a subject matter expert in parliamentary procedures or Robert Rules of Order, since we have you, well, when I say you, the attorney office acting as the parliamentarian for meetings?
Actually, I will be going to official training here shortly. I had a chance to speak with, I forget the lady's name, and that they are actually offer some parliamentary training, enforce the bits of parliamentary knowledge that I have. But I actually plan on going to some course for that to go ahead and beef that up.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Hyman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We look forward to great things out of the legal department, as you are a true asset to us. Okay, next item.
Thank you, sir.
The next presentation will be by Public Works, Mr. Antonio Valenzuela, Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Antonio Valenzuela, and it's my pleasure to present to you all the 2022 budget. In sum, what Public Works is responsible for, we are responsible for transportation planning and engineering, TS Plus, LMIG, URA, construction and operations, traffic operations, solid waste, street lighting, facilities, and fleet. Our current inventory for Public Works is over 600 miles of paved roads, about 20 miles of unpaved roads, over 60 bridges and culverts, some detention ponds, over 50 signalized intersections, 24 school zone flashing lights, 18 flashing caution lights, 2 hawk signals, fleet maintenance for over now getting closer to 300 vehicles, the small Merck Miles transfer station, over 38 facilities within those, fire stations, parks, police precincts, art centers, and so on. And currently over getting to the 11,500 streetlights. With that said, I would like to talk to you our 2022 goals and objectives and the maintenance and improvements. We want to make sure that the city has been taken care of at a 4 weeks rotation, the maintenance of 202 miles. We'll also working to ensure that we're still providing 2 MC days for the citizens of the city of South Fulton in the spring and the fall. Complete and adopt the street light master program that will allow the city to have a priority of street lights, to standardize our street lights and ensure that we have an updated ordinance on the street lights. The solid waste ordinance, the review and update, that hoping to provide the best services for our residents. To implement an asset management system software, which it is underway, and we're hoping that to get fully functional in the 2022. And lastly, for maintenance is to continue about 60 miles of the new Fulton Industrial Boulevard district that we just acquired for the city of South Fulton, where now we are over 110,000 residents in total. With regards to transportation, CIP capital improvement projects, we have committed to complete the construction of Button Road at Sun Hotel roundabout. The construction of 2 bridges, Cochrane Road over Deep Creek and the Mooney Road over Deep Creek. Complete bridge repairs, Stack Road over and the CSX, Stack Road over the CSX Railroad and the Mooney Road over Deep Creek Bridge, as well as ensure the completion of 12 guardrail locations. Next page, please. With regards to funding for our city, we're working very diligently to get back to the city about $1.3 million on the LMIC funds. We're going to continue pursuing for the Old National Highway additional $1 million that we're in need for the project. With regards to TIS Plus, we have a list of projects that are getting ready for construction, and an average of about $16.7 million projections for 2022. And begin the implementation if TIS Plus 2 passes. We want to be ready so we can commence at this time with design and resurfacing projects for TIS Plus 2. This is considering that it will be approved on the referendum of November of this year. Our significant accomplishments in FY21, as mentioned before, we can start with the maintenance and improvement projects. We continue providing the 202 miles right-of-way maintenance every 4 weeks. We have done the MC days in the spring, and we're looking forward to doing that on the fall. The Adopted Road program was implemented. We have 4 civic organizations now, and we're working with them. The kickoff of the Master Streetlight program, it's underway. The recommendation for TIS Plus 2 on tiers 1 and 2, which was projected at $90.3 million. The street lighting installation program, and so on. With regards to construction projects, we have completed the Cascade Road over branch of Utah Creek. We're going to complete the resurfacing of 2020 and 2021 resurfacing projects at about 64 miles. We led the construction of the intersection of Button Road at Stone Hotel. We have led 13 projects which are currently under PE, about $1.6 million. 9 projects are with right to acquisition, about $1.9 million as well, and the construction authorization of $22 million that we're looking forward to get it done this year, and the bridge maintenance of about $450,000. With regards to funding, this year we have secured $1.25 million for the Old National Highway, $626,000 for New Hope. For Button and Stone Hotel project was led, $1.8 million. Cochrane Road over Kemp Creek, $1.85 million. The LMIC funds, $1.3 million. Finally, $500,000 for 12 guardrails that is currently under replacement with the city of South Fulton, within the city. With regards to the 2022 budget for transportation, our proposed personnel is $973,000, which encompasses contract services and supplies. Our total operating cost comes up to $9.9 million, and our overall total budget close to $11 million. With regards to the current staff, we have 5 full-time employees, and we're looking to increase to 15, and that will be an addition of 11 full-time employees. And the reason of that is, as you know, we don't have anything for Fulton industrial area. So the vast majority of current support is to do in-house that section of the city of South Fulton, as well as to start beginning a hybrid approach for public works, looking at the future. General services, the goals and objectives. As we maintain over 30 facilities, we continue procuring supplies, equipment, and services in a cost-effective and a timely manner. We complete the GFA plan for phase 2 for a solar resilient program at Fire Station 6. We collect the inventory of PPE, as well as we complete a major approval of URA for those 13 locations that were approved by council. So it is our goal now to ensure that all those facilities are going into construction very soon. With fleet, we'll continue maintaining about 120 vehicles, and that we're still going to be doing the purchase and distribution of fuel while adhering to EPD regulations. We'll continue providing the services, which consists of vehicle specifications, vehicle purchase, registration, and surplus of vehicles with all departments. The accomplishments on 2021, the maintenance of the facilities have enhanced from last year. We are now at 38 facilities. We continue doing in the daily operations. We believe that by going through an asset management system and a work order system, we're going to be enhancing that maintenance of our facilities. We have hired a much better expert on maintenance, so we feel that we're going to be enhancing better what we do. We have completed the CARES funding project for touchless systems, a lot of float fixture upgrades. We completed the CARES funding project for sanitizing protective barriers for public safety personnel to all our fire stations. With regards to the URA, we have completed the outdoor fitness equipment, the pads, as you can see on the right side, the pads for the equipment. We have replaced some HVAC systems, the restoration of the tennis court, and some site repairs, like sidewalk repairs at different parks that were in need. As well as we were able to get to a point of approval of 10 major URA projects for the city. With fleet, we have not neglected anything for maintaining over 120 vehicles. We continue providing all the support and staying within EPD regulations. Our budget for general services. Our personnel is at 652. We're requesting one additional personnel so we can be more effective on how to manage our facilities. Our purchase contract services at 714,000, supplies 385, a total operating of $1,099,000. You can see a difference between 2021 and 2022, and a total budget of 1.75. Our personnel, 7 full-time employees within fleet and general services. And what we're looking for now for 2022 is the additional of for transportation facility manager, for CIP facility manager. Public Works, the proposed budget for 2022, it is at purchase of contracted services at $1.4 million, That is, I'm sorry, this section of the budget is only for facilities, which is related to rentals and others just related to facilities at a cost of $1.4 million and a total budget of 1.416. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question. My hand raised.
Mr. Mayor?
Let me say, I see Mr. Cleve was in the queue, and Mr. Reeves, you got your hand raised. That's all I say at this time. So and Ms. Gums have just joined us. So Mr. Khalid, go right ahead.
I'm going to drop out and come back and let those two go first. I'm still formulating my questions. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Khalid. I want to have a very specific question here as it relates to the Stacks Road Bridge. Is that was slated for repair to begin underway? It was at execution, and so it's slated to the repair was slated to happen sometime this month, correct?
Yes, Mr. Reeves, that is the case. Now, I have explained the reason of the delay on the repairs of that bridge, but if you need additional explanation, I will be glad to provide that as well.
No. You did a very great job at explaining. So, which leads me back to this is so, but based on that, can this process be expedited so that we can get construction of the repair of that bridge within the next month or 2 months?
We have submitted all the paperwork needed for this project to our purchasing department. It is my understanding that it should be approved anytime and should be back on the street anytime as well. With that said, our purchasing department should advertise for 30 days or 20 available days. And hopefully then after that, I've been able to present a recommendation for award to the council and get back to construction as soon as possible.
So it will be based on the timeline, council's approval should be at the September meeting.
It is feasible. We'll have to push and discuss that to ensure that the dates might not meet with the date set for council meetings, but I will be talking to our city manager and Mr. To ensure that we're able to fit in at the next available council meeting after receiving all the bids and bid tabulations are being done and ensuring that we check every single item that is submitted to us.
Correct. Make sure all the boxes are checked. And so, Madam City Manager, I will just say that could we put this on the watch list, and so that we can ensure that the construction of the repair of the Stacks Road Bridge can take place and be completed this year? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeves. I have Councilwoman Gums, then Mayor Pro Tem Willis, then Councilwoman Gilliard, and then Councilwoman Robb. Ms. Willis, go ahead.
Mr. Valenzuela, thank you for your presentation. I have just a few quick questions. Have we budgeted for increased litter pickups? I know we're currently on a 4-week cycle, but some areas need a little bit more frequent attention. Have we thought about, I guess, putting some more budget towards that or increasing in that particular area for litter pickup? And even in the right-of-ways as well?
Yes, ma'am. We heard loud and clear to our council and residents that the 4 weeks rotation and the litter pickup is not enough for the city. So taking that into consideration, we have taken a second approach and hopefully been able to do at least in a 3 week rotation and have a better dedicated staff for litter pickup.
Okay. So 3-week rotation, you want to move that to? Is there possible like maybe 2 weeks for the major corridors?
The intention is to begin with, is stay with what we have, increase on the state routes that we haven't done it. The state does every 45 days. We plan on doing it in between those, so that will bring us possible every 3 weeks and so on. So we're trying currently a hybrid approach at this point. And we started that process early this month. So we're gonna go through September, and hopefully things will change, as you might see it on some areas of your districts. And then after that, we're gonna have to rebid some projects and see how we can handle and squeeze better the rotations.
Now with the hybrid, who will that be? Additional staff that you would need, or how will we do the hybrid approach?
It will be, we still will need some overseeing for in-house public works staff, and then we'll have subcontractors that have already personnel, equipment, and others to provide those services. So what we're looking at is that we don't want to contract with people that are not providing the services. We want to enter into contract with companies that we see in fully responsible to us. We just don't want to have it, companies that do here and there, and they don't commit to schedules and so on. So it will be a mix of in-house and contractors.
Okay. As far as the cameras, and I don't know whose wheelhouse this is in, but I thought it would be appropriate for us, especially if we're addressing the illegal dumping. What are we doing about cameras? Are they also budgeted into your plan for this fiscal year to deal with those additional hot spots?
I'm glad that you asked the question, and then I believe with a good initiative from our leadership and the formation of the code enforcement division, so all the cameras will follow under them. We will work with them to provide all the necessary support. And then I believe that code enforcement should work with PD because and IT to ensure that it's proper monitoring of the cameras and proper enforcing of those issues that we have on illegal dumping.
So that wouldn't necessarily come out your budget, but we are expanding the camera program. Is that what you're saying?
It is. I don't have the details, but it is with code enforcement. Now, the budget is not with Public Works.
Okay. Is Mr. Assistant City Manager Don Toms on? I just want to get a little bit more information on the cameras. City Manager Jones.
I think Don is still on, but if he's not available right now, I'll be glad to try to answer it. I know that there was money in the current fiscal year budget, is my understanding, that was under then CDRA for cameras, and that has always been a responsibility that was placed under that department. But I mean, we have a proposed budget for supplies for CDRA, and we can look at including the purchase of cameras for that purpose.
Yeah, I definitely think that we need to expand the program because, again, we still have considerable illegal dumping, and we're not able to, I guess, connect the dumping or find anyone for that behavior. So if we need to expand the program to get more, because the only way this is going to curb is if we start instituting some consequences. So I think if we really definitely focus on trying to expand that camera program and then start, providing these citations, I think that would be helpful. So I just hope somebody really focuses on that. And my last question in regards to sanitation, how much of this in regards to sanitation is being proposed for personnel. And I guess that's Valenzuela.
Yes, ma'am. We are looking to hire one personnel that will help us to monitor with solid waste.
Is that a liaison or coordinator or?
It will be a solid waste coordinator.
Okay. And that would be a body that you will be managing, not a contract or anything.
Yes, ma'am. That will be under Public Works.
Okay. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Gumbs. Ms. Willis, you're on.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vansuelis, did I understand you correctly when you said that we're trying to transition and stand up our own public works department?
At this point, we're not transitioning Public Works, but we're going to be doing a hybrid approach, and we're going to start with Fulton industrial area that we're fully responsible now for maintaining. Out of that, we'll start expanding and see how we can do in the near future.
Okay, I just want to make sure we have the resources and we have the equipment, because residents, did you budget for us to do street sweeping? Because right now, how often are our streets being swept?
It's a good point that you make, Ms. Willis. The budget to do street sweeping, it was there. It is there under our operations and maintenance being managed by Jacobs, but unfortunately, it only allows to do one rotation every quarter. So that doesn't really help the system. So instead of doing that, we think that if we don't acquire and street sweeping, that we should be doing at least on a weekly basis. We prefer to do more litter pickup, more maintenance on the right way, that the roads will benefit much better on going on that route.
Right. So if we're going to be managing our own public works division, and we don't even have for Fulton Industrial, and we don't even have a street sweeper, I mean, how effective are we going to be? And, so you saying we're not doing any street sweeping in our city?
Right now, we were doing at 198 miles, but the budget only allow to do once a quarter. So, but when you sweep once a quarter, you don't see the difference. You don't see the benefit. So the benefit will stay if we acquire eventually our own sweeping, which the roads will be swept at a rotation at least once a week, or twice a week, or at least sweep the main corridors where we have sidewalks, gutter, and curb and gutter. That will make a difference. So for FIB, it's still the areas on FIB, the inside roads do not have curb and gutter, or a lack of sidewalks as well. So by hiring a crew that will start dedicated to that area, will ensure that those roads are maintained as they were swept.
Okay, Ms. Sally Jones, we need to figure out a way how to get street sweeping back into the budget for this entire city. I mean, we're a major city, and it just, I can't imagine. I mean, we got to have street sweeping.
Well, we have proposed in the CIP to purchase a street sweeper. I mean, Mr. Adams, can you zoom in a little bit more? I'm not sure if it was one of our purchases because of the magnitude of it. I can't see the budget. If he can zoom it in. See, the street sweeper is under Public Works. Can you zoom in that section of the CIP?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
It is listed under 2023.
Right, we did include it, but I think it was it $250,000, and that's why we were pushing it out for 1 year but it is in the CIP to purchase our own, so we can have the availability to do it anytime it needs to be done.
Right. So, but that's in 2023. So in 2022, we're supposed to just, live with one street sweeping a quarter.
So the problem that we have is we don't have a location where we can safely store the street sweeping. We also have to look at who's going to be maintaining, who's going to be operating, and so on. At this point, we're not equipped yet to go on that route, but by doing a transition little by little, looking at 2023, I think we'll be in a better position.
Okay, I'm gonna move on from this. Again, this is a major city, and I can't fathom the thought of us not being able to sweep our streets. That's just crazy to me. And we're talking about, making our city look more inviting, look clean. I can't fathom that thought. So I would ask Ms. Sally Jones that we go back and we revisit that. The other thing I have a question about is the CIP grants. Are you all going to do more CIP grants for more sidewalks? Because Danforth and Old National are not the only places that need sidewalks. We need sidewalks we need sidewalks on Old Fairburn. We need sidewalks finished on Scarborough. We need sidewalks on Welcome All. So what's the plan to make sure that we get more sidewalks in our city?
So our recommendation is, if we do sidewalks, we got to have a capital budget so we can begin with design, looking at rights of acquisition, utility relocations, and construction. A mile of sidewalks, it's almost at $2 million these days. So while if we engage any opportunities with ARC and looking at federal funds, it's just honestly, it takes forever to accomplish a project with federal funds because of the regulations and the constraints that we have. So it will be much better to do with local funds. And one option is to see if T+2 gets approved, where we can utilize some of the money for areas where we are in very need of sidewalks. That's one option, as well as anything that is related to a small program which is called TAP or LCI. But the problem with those two types of funding is that they have to be within a restricted area. We just can't apply for areas that the city doesn't have LCIs.
Okay. And what about it wasn't an LCI study, it was a CDAP study. Are you looking at ways we can fund the CDAP study as well for Washington Road that was completed by ARC?
We will look at that with ARC, and any opportunity that we have, we will pursue. But again, just to give you examples on the amount of time that it takes to build with federal funds, it is much larger. But let's hope that T+2 is approved, and we have increased a bit of the money for unforeseen conditions and so on, where we can perhaps utilize some of those funding and then request additional funding for shovel-ready projects for 2023.
What I would suggest is that you work with our communications department and budget for a mailer to go out, educating our residents on the pros and cons of that T-Splosh that is going to be on the
November.
Yes.
Yes.
Lastly, did you ever? You were supposed to talk with GDOT and use and leverage support for their state contractors to help get a reasonable cost to maintain our right of ways. So they do it every time they cut the grass. But when Mr. Donald was here, what Kathy recommended is that we work with them we use their contractors they're using in order for us to augment the grass cutting and the right-of-way cleaning. And we set aside money last year's budget, but I didn't see where that happened.
So what we've done, Councilwoman Willis, is that the current contractors that work for the entire state of Georgia, to my knowledge, through our inspections, are not at the caliber that we're looking at the city of South Fulton. They only cut the grass and go. So we're coming back behind them, and those are in the state routes. However, this year we've done already for 16 miles, and we started doing this early August on some state routes. If this vendor is successful and you see a change on our roads and the grass, even though we have so much water, then there's some funds aside now that we can enhance, and I promise you that it should be much better going forward.
Okay, so the CID has some landscapers, and the CID, of course, because I see them out on the right of way of Roosevelt, but they stop like right at the end of College Park. And so, can you check with the Aerotropolis to see who they are using to maintain their right of way? Because Roosevelt Highway and oftentimes Camp Creek and on National and even Fulton Industrial, those are our main gateways into our city. And so majority of the time, they don't look inviting. And I just would like to see that change and for us to do whatever it takes to get that rectified. We need streets cleaned within our city too, of course, because you don't want to clean the outskirts and leave your inskirts looking dirty. But what I don't want to do is to end up looking like some of my neighboring cities with trash everywhere you turn and look. And we really do need to focus on our right of ways.
Time has expired,
yes,
Mr. Valenzuela. I'll allow you to answer as quickly as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Just to let you know that I've been working with all the CIDs. I'm looking to expand on FIB, looking to expand on Roosevelt Highway. I'm looking at their contractors. I don't want to list no names, but we've been working with those very diligently, and I'm looking for the best prices and the best services that they can provide to the city of South Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. Ms. Gilliard?
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. There seems to be some confusion as it relates to citizens and their understanding of solid waste. I do not believe that there's anything that we have circulated publicly to talk about what direction we're going in, why we're going in that direction, how it will affect citizens, the cost of it, and so forth. So I heard you mention it briefly a few minutes ago. Can you speak to that a little bit?
With regards to solid waste, currently we have a free market throughout the city of South Fulton. About within residential and commercial providers, we have over 10 of those providers currently providing solid waste services. Mm-hmm. Citizens still can pick up at their own leisure whatever vendor they have. To say if that system is working, yes or no, we have done different approaches. Some do, some they don't. So we're working internally to see if we can have a better program for the city, a better system for the city. And upon having a draft that can be taken into consideration, it will be shared with mayor and council, and then we can go into further discussions. Then the mini transfer station, it is a mini transfer station that we inherited from Fulton County, which is the Merck Miles transfer station. Okay. Right there, we receive the services every time that they charge a minimal fee for the services, but the bulk of the money at the transfer station is the hauling of staff from that mini transfer station to a landfill.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have one more, and it relates to the lighting master plan, street light master plan. When did it begin, and when do you anticipate completion?
The master street lighting plan started in January of this year. It is forecasted that we'll have a completed plan by December of this year. We're coming out with public meetings. We have held steering committee meetings with our stakeholders. Then we're going to a public meeting. Then we're going to go into council presentation and then go from there.
Okay, so how are you going to include in the plan streets that are state streets? Are they sitting at the table and having a discussion about how they're going to provide lighting for the state streets in our city?
So the position of the state is this: they own the rights of way, and then if we want streetlights on the state routes, we have to look for encroachment permits and so on. But we're looking at all the roads that we have, and it is going to be the public and the stakeholders' desire to present the best plan for the city.
Okay, and my last question: prior to beginning the streetlight master plan, how was the decision made in terms of where new streetlights were going to go?
We have not made any decisions. We have taken an inventory. A consultant has taken the inventory on Greystone, on Georgia Power, and everything that they found, about 11,500 streetlights. So the final decision is going to be upon the needs, recommendations, stakeholder, and the public, and we present it back to you.
Someone is not muted. Someone's not muted. Would everybody mute their phones, please? Go ahead, Mr. Valenzuela.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that was my response with on street lighting.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that question is because I know that from West Dubs to Highway 92, Butner Road has major streetlights that are new within the past 9 months or so, even probably before then. And I was just wondering how that occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of the lights that you might see better illumination is that Georgia Power completed the change of luminaries from current luminaries to LEDs. So you can see sometimes, why is this brighter than before? And it's just that we're the transforming of or upgrading of luminaries. And we have installed at some existing poles throughout the city. Not necessarily, we haven't done in a particular corridor that we have put 100 lights or so on. We've been doing maybe 5 street lights here, 10 street lights here, and so on, but nothing massive through any corridor within the city.
So, but still, my point is that it wasn't the illumination of the lights on Butner Road. It was new posts where there never were any. So that was what I was referring to. But thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Gilliard. Councilwoman Rao, you're next. Dr. Rao.
Thank you so much. Mr. Valenzuela, I have a couple questions and comments. The first being that we have aggressive goals for fiscal year 22 in terms of transition in the department. But I want to say, or at least go on record and say, my number one priority is to see that we transition or change our service collection model for trash collection. I definitely, whatever you do with that plan, I would like to see that when you're covering an area, there's a provider there only one day of the week. If it's Tuesday and you're going through a district or however you identify these zones, that we won't see trucks every day. So I wanted to say that. Second, we know that the city will get an allocation of federal money for infrastructure investments. And one of the things that I hope we look at, because you have indicated how complicated it is managing these federal funds to begin to think about that now, particularly around those nodes where we're expecting increased density, to begin to think about that, figure out what if it's road widening or sidewalks or whatever to support that growth, that we begin to think about that money to support that. I guess just because things are going the way they are, I'm just seeing the effect of that, particularly in Sandtown, because the growth is coming fast. And I'm assuming that's going to happen to those other areas when they get that first project. And it's so much harder to catch up. Whereas if we just begin to think about it now and tying into that transportation plan we've done to figure out what projects would be teed up first. And finally, as it relates to storm water management, I know this is a new area for us. Can you describe a little bit, you're just talking about implementation, but can you share a little more about what that will entail? Because of course, I don't know, I've had a lot of issues with storm water issues in my area. Can you express that for the benefit of the public? What is that going to look like over the next year?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just say that we're taking well notes of all your great input provided to us. With regards to stormwater, the best definition I can provide is that it is our responsibility to ensure that water that gets into our inlets, when it outflows, it's also clean. That's the best definition, to ensure that those waters are clean. So right now we have different issues. To begin with, we don't have an inventory of our inlets. We have a huge backlog of maintenance and upgrades of our stormwater system. It's a mix of system that we have. It is open system and closed system. We've got to get those done. And then lastly, we have to educate our community on how to deal with water going through our inlets. We got to get away of discharging into our rivers stuff that shouldn't be going into it. Our inlets need to be free of debris, free of advertisement tags and others that we go into it. And our main plan out of this is to have a master plan, a master stormwater plan for the city of South Fulton. What this plan will do is we'll inventory everything and will provide the needs for immediate needs and long-term projects. Right now, our backlog of sinkholes, drainage issues, inlet maintenance, the tap replacements, catch basin replacement, pipe replacements, it's getting close to $3 million. So what we're requesting here is to have a separate stormwater division that can handle those things and have a stormwater system for us, a master plan that can give us the guidelines on how to stay in compliance with EPD, as well as providing the best services to our residents of the city.
Okay. And just one follow-on question. The cleanups that are done, is that in support of the MS4 program, the city's efforts to clean up, that supports that work?
Yes, ma'am. It is part of MS4. On this program, in order to be in compliance with EPD, they have multiple regulations. We have different things that we have to do throughout the years. And we are to inventory many things. We are to clean many areas. There's a percentage of what we have to clean. There's a percentage that we have to inventory and also work and educate our community. There's work that should be volunteer work and so on.
So documenting that, even the initiatives that we as council people do support that work, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Mr. Khalid, you're on.
Thank you. First, the master plan for lighting. Does it make allowance for rural areas of our city where residents have expressly said they do not want streetlights?
Oh, the master plan is open. It is for, we are neutral. We are providing the experts to discuss with our communities, to discuss with the state, our experts at here at the city, and so on. We're taking into consideration all comments and all plans that we receive from our residents.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Because I do know that there are some people who have farms and they moved far out and they want to see the stars at night. So I just want to make sure that we don't light up their street if they don't want it. This is a question I've gotten from several residents, including BK, who's in the chat right now. How much money is in our budget to maintain the sidewalks after we install them? Because some of them are looking pretty bad.
So this is what we've done, Councilman Khalid. We have $868,000 under our Jacobs contract for operations and maintenance. Unfortunately, those $880,000, it goes very fast because while you do pothole repairs, concrete repairs, dirt road maintenance, disposal fees, paving markings, some part of street sweeping, traffic counts, and others, it is very slim. So we have put additional funding for maintenance.
All right. So can I? I'm sorry. Just could I get that dollar amount? What dollar amount is in the next year's budget for maintaining the sidewalks that we're installing everywhere?
There's not an additional amount and specific amount of money just dedicated for sidewalks. Since our needs are huge, we have increased by. Let me back it up into my budget and see how much more we put for operations and maintenance. We've put additional close to $500,000 that will be for different needs.
Right. You know, I love a dedicated fund. So, I mean, it would be nice if we had that number broken out. I just want to make sure that as we're putting all these sidewalks in everywhere, they're going to be brand new, that in 2 or 3 years, they don't look bad because we didn't specifically set aside money to maintain them. Am I clear in hearing you say that there is currently no plan to move to a single service provider or a new sanitation model? There's nothing in the works for FY2022.
What I stated before is that we are assessing all the needs for the city of South Fulton. We're assessing,
but there isn't a plan coming forward for 2022 to move to change the model, is what I'm asking.
We will make a recommendation. We don't know necessarily if it's going to be one single provider or 2 providers or based on different districts. We don't know yet, but we're going to provide.
But you are, so you're saying you are planning in the next few months to make or I guess in the next few weeks to make a plan to change the way we do this for 2022.
Mr. Khalid, the answer is yes.
Okay.
That would be forthcoming.
Is it going to change? Is it not going to change? We can talk about the details later. Did I hear you say that the staff that we're bringing in first for Public Works is going to be focusing on FIB, and then we're going to expand that out to other areas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I thought that's what I heard, and this is just more of a comment because I keep hearing that we don't make separate budgets for districts. Yet in every one of these presentations, it seems like there are specific slides for FIB. The next thing that I want to say is that you talked about us not necessarily being satisfied with GDOT's cutting of our right-of-ways, but it is also my understanding that all of the other cities that have incorporated, when they incorporate,
cutting those right of ways becomes their responsibility, and that GDOT's cutting every 45 days is only a courtesy that they are providing for us. So, do you have anything to say in response to that? Because that is what I've heard from GDOT.
What I mentioned in my presentation is that Georgia DOT, due to Title 32, they do maintain the rights of way, and they do provide the right-of-way maintenance every 45 days.
Okay. I'm just saying that I've heard that that is a courtesy and that it could stop at any time. So I think that we need to be cognizant of that. And we really can't complain about the job they're doing if they don't really have to do it at all.
That's why we're gonna add a few things, supplement of what they do, not necessarily take it over, but we're gonna supplement so we can do, so we can lift the services for the city on those on certain areas.
Okay, and while we were talking about specific streets, I want to take a minute to talk about Old National. I know a lot of people don't maybe want to think about Old National being an entertainment district, but like I drove the length of Old National with a friend recently, and we counted 13 clubs, restaurants, and bars between the College Park side and the Old National side. The South Fulton side. We have like 8 or 9 in our city limits. And I think that those areas need more intense, in the same way that FIB might need more intense service, those areas might need more intense service. I want to age myself, but in the 90s, when I used to like party in places like Buckhead and Midtown, I remember leaving like the IHOP on Peachtree or on Ponce de Leon at 4 a.m. and seeing street sweepers every Saturday and Sunday morning. And maybe that's something that is paid for by like their CIDs or their business associations. I know that that's something that I wanted to do with the DDA I proposed, so maybe it can come out of that budget. I know that that's what New Orleans does, but I do think, and not Councilwoman Gums, not just like areas like Old National, but places like Butner Road or like Welcome Mall, where we know that especially like in the summertime or in warmer months, we have just heavy traffic for nightlife or for weekends when people are having like biker events or gatherings or things like that. I think that those places deserve to have weekly street sweeping, and we just need to figure out how to ramp up to that. My last 2 questions are about our Jacobs contract. How much are we paying Jacobs next year, and how much did we pay them this year? What's the total amount of that contract?
Well, in 2021, the Jacobs contract was $5,621,463. At that time, we haven't increased anything. We haven't adjusted our contract, and we also provided the $868,400 for operations and maintenance. Just keep in mind that the initial contract with Jacobs, it's for the personnel, for the equipment, the lease of the facility, the paying of outsourcing through subcontractors that are outside the scope of services and so on. It's not just for what they provide. So the scope of services is substantially big. We're working with them to make it better. We're working with them to do a hybrid approach on how can the city do it with other contractors with them, and how we can increase the scope of services and perhaps look at a better contract and so on. On 2022, the contract for Jacobs increases based on the cost of living adjustment of 4%. So the contract net is $5,846,322, and we're still going to provide the same amount for maintenance, operations and maintenance of $868,400.
Right. And so what I would like to see, and maybe if there's someone from Jacobs who could help you answer this question, is, but like, what is not covered by that $5 million? That since we really have no other public workers of our own, what are they doing in other cities that they are not doing for us? What's not covered in that contract? And if we did in specific areas want to see
more right-of-way maintenance, more mowing, or more street sweepers. I would love to just see a matrix that would explain how much more that those things would be. Even if we don't have the money in this year's budget, I'm just not clear what it would cost to actually do the things that all of us are asking. And it also, there also seems to be some confusion amongst our constituency about what Jacobs does and doesn't do. I have like 20 emails from a couple of my super citizens where they're asking for Jacobs to come out and do things like more cleanups on Old National or more frequent mowing. And they're like, that's not in our contract.
Mr. Khalid, I'm going to allow him to answer. Your time has expired, but Mr. Valenzuela, please answer.
We have clearly defined the scope of services in the contract with Jacobs. We know exactly what is within their scope and what's out of the scope. Very quickly, state routes is out of the scope of services. We know exactly what they need to do and so on. Our goal is to work with them, have a hybrid approach. We do more here and you do more on this end. We have heard you clearly what the city needs, and they have heard from me what we're looking for. And hopefully we can do better for 2022.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Reeves, you're up.
Yes, sir. Councilman Cleed took me back a minute when he said that he's party and then hit IHOP and Waffle House and then hit church at 8 o'clock in the morning. So he was about to take me somewhere. But however, I do agree with
the church part.
Well, you know, 8 a.m. service. So it's but I do agree with you about the street sweepers, particularly going down Old National Highway, other areas like Cascade and Butner, that have these after hour spots. So, however, but I will assure to you, sir, a change is coming. And in the presentation that was given to us at the retreat, because Councilmember Willis and I have been working on this for quite some time, and it's a very comprehensive plan. Street sweepers are in there, and it's a very robust and comprehensive plan to address and mitigate all of those issues, and it will be under sanitation. And we would like Jacobs to focus on their core competencies, which is the infrastructure, which leads me to this MS4 program and implementation. Dr. Rao kind of touched on it, but I want Mr. Valenzuela to expand just a little bit when I asked.
He has more trouble.
He has more trouble? Hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Yes, sir. So it's that when we're looking at the plan, what is the plan for MS4 to ensure that we stay in compliance?
For once, right now, the city doesn't have no personnel for stormwater. So we're looking for an engineer that will handle stormwater plus 2 inspectors that will help us out to identify and inventory all our MS4 inventory throughout the city. Currently, we don't have it. It's not on GIS. It's not nowhere. So we got to start from an inventory and go from there. Then the master plan is we're going to put a master plan for stormwater master plan for the city that will do all that stuff. So somebody has to oversee in a huge study that usually takes about 3 years. What other cities closer to the city of South Fulton have done it in the past. And somebody will have to inventory as the master plan starts evolving. Somebody has to be part inventorying what we have.
Okay. This MS4 was brought to us some time ago, correct?
Yes, we just became by APD recognized as a permittee MS4 for the city of South Fulton.
Right. So at best, because what you said was we have no inventory, any inlets, and we have these drainage issues. So I'll just leave it right there to, because at best we should have some sort of inventory. But you're gonna be working with the GIS person to get the locations on this, correct?
Right. So that's why we need boots on the ground to start looking at how we're going to tie in. We need experts that can tell us the best way how to do an stormwater master plan. We have lots of deficiencies, as you can see, even on your areas. You have open ditches, you have some small culverts that fail. All our systems are not closed systems. We got some inlets, drop inlets that are all over. When we go and do those repairs, we found different things. Once you open the ground, then you found inlets being built out of stone, out of bricks, out of compliance, and so on. A small job of being $5,000 becomes $50,000 in one particular location. That's why the current inventory is over $3 million for stormwater. And the primary reason why, we can't do everything that we can. We're doing repairs as much and as quickly as possible, but the overall plan or 5-year capital improvement plan for stormwater needs to be done so we can be responsible with EPD and to our residents before this gets out of hand.
Okay, so we're a little behind now, but we still have the ability to get back on track and be in compliance, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I look forward to that happening. As you know, of course, I plague you with emails on the drainage issues, but I guess we need to budget for that study to get done as well. And then on another note, off of that, this is going towards solar power. What are your thoughts about the solar power purchase agreements as a tool for municipalities?
We actually, through GFA, it's one of the first recommendations, and the city will pay just not that much money, and we're going to go with the first solar panel on Fire Station 8, which is a location that has the best roof at this time, and the best location that will provide us through the approvals that we got this year, and now you'll see it very soon, contracts that we're going to be entering with GPA, and then now the construction of those roofs and solar panels. So we want to make sure that we can install those where the conditions permit, and then we don't want to be installing nowhere where our roofs are to be replaced and so on. That will be much more expensive for us. Okay. But as we are going to be moving and replacing and providing new roofs to some of our facilities, if Fire Station 8 is a good example for us, most likely we'll be moving on that direction as well.
All right, because those have benefits towards energy that we can utilize. And will these type of agreements be available tools for the future? And you see that happening?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. A couple of things I'd like, well, just one really. I've been working with the fire department in terms of getting some severe weather management, some emergency management systems going on. I'll be bringing that to you guys in the future. But we've had several cases of severe and inclement weather. What have we implemented until such time these other things get on board? What are you implementing that you've learned from the last situations that'll help us in the future?
Well, we're working now much closer with our fire department. They have come up with a new emergency system that Fulton County used to handle in the past for all the cities. And transportation and public works, we have our internal emergency plan of operations, which is it's a mix of within now Jacobs employees, contractors that provide the support, and as well as we bring in our small employees from facilities, and there is a plan for us for public works. Now we're going to merge our plan and provide all the support to fire, so it should be a smooth transition on those cases.
That part I know. That's the part I'm telling you we're working on. But you know, during severe weather, inclement weather, you know, we kind of get the same. All of us get the same complaints about falling trees, not getting out and getting the roads done in time. And my thing is there anything different that until we get all these other systems in line, is there anything different that we can do in the event of an inclement weather situation?
What we've done is perhaps from the last storm, we very quickly got some additional equipment for our current employees, and Jacobs has also been online with ensuring that a couple of days prior any of those events we're already prepared, and as well as contractors being online, so we can react very quickly. But granted, you know, we don't know when that's going to occur, and all cities and everybody is in the same position that we are. So we're in a way we're competing against each other.
Well, I think it's going to be important that we're working pretty good with the emergency management system and also the severe weather alarm to find out what is most reasonable in terms of us alarming our citizens when there bad weather approaching. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Valenzuela. I appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, let's go to the next department.
The next department is Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Mr. Landrum.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Travis Landrum. It is my pleasure to present the budget for the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. I will be presenting the Parks and Recreation operation, and Ms. Lonnie Avini will present the Cultural Affairs operation following. Following my presentation, I'll ask if you have a preference to address questions for each operation individually or collectively at the end. As you can see on this slide is FY2022 goals and objectives. The vision for the Parks and Recreation Department is to provide affordable recreation, physical, and cultural opportunities for all of City of South Fulton residents, with a focus on family, youth development, adults, and building healthy communities. Off script from that, I just want to highlight and emphasize that our overall goal is to provide all citizens with high level of programs, facilities, and services. Our mission is to provide all citizens in the City of South Fulton the highest level of programs, facilities, and services that will positively affect our vision in creating community. The goals and objectives for this year, we're seeking out to complete our master plan that is currently underway with Mr. Perez. We're seeking to increase public awareness and knowledge of the recreational opportunities for our residents. We will definitely look to complete that feat with our communication department and in-house. And overall, we're looking to enrich the lives of residents and build a healthier community. Next slide. Thank you. The programs, we're looking to have training and professional development for all staff on the GRPA and NRPA, that's the state and national standards. We're only as strong as our weakest link, so we want to make sure that our staff are adequately trained to help meet this standard for our programs. This will enhance our opportunities provided to the community. Following our efforts, we'll look to develop and review feedback for our future programs. We currently don't have in place, well, not that we don't have in place, but we're not seeking and utilizing the tools that we have to collect feedback, to get the good, the bad news about our opportunities, so we can correct any errors that we've done in the past to make sure we don't duplicate that and provide successful opportunities in the future. As it relates to our facilities, we're looking to repair and remodel the recreation facilities that we currently have. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. All right, is that, all right, there we go. We're looking to repair our facilities. We have several repairs throughout our operations that are in need. There were some that were discussed earlier, presentations that were covered in the URA. Other operations, we'll look to have that taken care of, hopefully in our budget, supported by mayor and council. We're hoping to remodel and repair our outdoor parks, spaces, and pavilions, concessions, and fields. As mentioned earlier, also, we'll look to increase our engagement and awareness of our park and recreation operations, offerings through the city website and other social media tools. We're hoping to utilize fully our civic rec that was already implemented here with the city, and we want to use all of the widgets that comes with that software that we currently have and use it to its potential. See that part of the slide on the bottom has kind of been cut off. If we can go to the next slide, please. The FY21 significant accomplishments, these I can speak to in an overall perspective. These were, of course, taking place prior to my arrival. Obviously, with the COVID pandemic that took place, we were able to successfully continue to service our community through virtual programs. As you can see, there's a listing of the programs that were offered in our facilities. The adult programs, we were able to offer those as they came back in a phased approach to utilize our facilities. Our youth programs, highlighting with movie night, kickball, the summer camps. And we want to highlight in the youth programs, definitely the amount of participants that were serviced. Also not specifically highlighted on here were the participants that we were able to service through the graduations that successfully took place at the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. From our understanding, the team came together and successfully pulled that off, even in the midst of having skeleton staff. As the community wanted to phase back out and come utilize our parks and space, you will recognize that the rentals in our pavilions went up. And of course, the events being held in our parks and our facilities also went up as well. Next slide, please. Again, this is highlighting the accomplishments that took place at our various facilities. Over at Welcome All Park, you had the unveiling of the Good Neighbor Club. That highlights our relationship with the Atlanta Hawks. We had the graduation weekend again with South Fulton, the Juneteenth celebration that took place throughout the city. And we had the district swim meets that took place over at Welcome All with the success of our swimming program. The computer lab over at Burdette Park, we were also able to secure a $30,000 donation for the baseball upgrades at Sandtown. And we're looking to implement that here, hopefully in the very near future. And we also want to look at resurfacing our playgrounds and enhancing the community gardens and dog parks in our inventory. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, the FY22 amended budget from the previous year versus what is proposed. Overall, you'll see that there's a slight increase from 4.1 million to 4.8. We are looking to build and strengthen our staff across the state. Everyone has had the challenges of securing employment in various positions. So we hope with the personnel that we're requesting this year, we'll be able to secure that. So that highlights the increase in the personnel. We also have an increase in contracted services. Following the shortage that we had with some staff, we did secure a contracting service to assist us with pressure washing and other services such as lawn maintenance throughout the parks. And you'll also see a slight increase in our supplies from $600K to $774K for the FY22 year. Next slide, please. The position control presented here, as you can see in FY22, there were 54 full-time staff. What was recognized is that we did not have a lot of part-time staff, which will definitely be vital in our operations going forward as we look to open back our facilities. So you can see the breakdown of full-time along with part-time in FY22 that's being recommended. You'll see a couple variances in certain positions. The goal is to actually go back and also look at these positions to make sure that they're functioning and entitled appropriately. That will also be discussed as we look to wrap up the master plan with Perez. And as you can see, that's the significant increase as the recreation specialist, the part-time positions going from 0 in FY21 to 14 in FY22. And you'll also see a checks and balances from some of the full-time positions as you go throughout the list of the recreation supervisor, the assistant specialist, and so on, all the way down to the park and recreation program manager. Next slide, please. This is continuing that conversation, looking at our staffing in the aquatics operation and lifeguards. Whereas, as you can see, we had 0 part-time lifeguards in FY21. That program continues to build and grow, so we want to continue to support those efforts with the part-time request in FY22. And you also see some variations in our ground maintenance worker, decreasing from 16 in the FY21 to 10 in FY22. Next slide, please. So again, I'll ask the question if Mayor and Council would like to entertain questions for that particular operation in Parks and Recreation, or if you would like to continue through and ask collectively after Cultural Affairs.
Alice, what's your preference?
Let them continue through. I'll go ahead and make notes.
What's the preference of everybody? Most of y'all agree with that?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Everybody,
thank you.
Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Lonnie Avini to discuss Cultural Affairs.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad I was able to join today. So we're going to talk about our goals and objectives. Our first goal is we had to establish our vision and mission since we are just reestablishing our presence with the city. So the vision is to become the best and most well-known provider of arts education and cultural activities in the nation. That's a lofty goal, but one I feel like we could start moving towards. And our mission is to produce and present high quality education, arts education, and cultural activities and events to residents who may not otherwise have access to these activities of this type, and also make culturally enriching opportunities available to all citizens. So that's our vision and our mission for the Cultural Affairs Department. Our goals and objectives to achieve that vision and mission are to employ and collaborate with top producing artists of all disciplines, maintain existing successful partnerships and develop new partnerships with private industry professionals and other governmental agencies, improve existing employee skills, and provide excellent customer service to all citizens. We'd also like to bring the facility back up to year 1 post-construction condition, upgrade the ASPA operating systems for the performance theater because we haven't had any upgrades since the theater was built pretty much. And as far as marketing is concerned, we need to really increase our Art Center visibility on the city's website, increase our email marketing campaigns, and increase our social media marketing. And we're also looking at other avenues to just get the word out there about cultural affairs. People still have questions and issues about getting information for the art centers. So that is one of our goals, to make information easily accessible to all citizens. Next slide, please. So as far as our significant accomplishments in fiscal year 21, even though we were in a pandemic, we were still able to do quite a bit. So as far as our virtual events goes, we had 10 virtual events with 3,811 total online views and counting, because people are still viewing those virtual events. Our classes, we presented 20 classes for FY21. 88 students participated in those classes, which is really low because of COVID. We had 3 elections here at Southwest. And between those 3 elections, we had 9,197 total voters come through. Our South Fulton High School graduations, we presented at Wolf Creek. We had 6 schools that graduated. I know a lot of you were there. Thank you for coming. Between those 6 graduations, we had about 12,540 total attendees. That was including graduates, parents, staff there. We did 2 art summer camps this fiscal year, FY21. We had 2 4-week sessions. We had a total of 231 kids with no incidents whatsoever. We did 8 end of the week productions that parents, families, and friends were invited to at the end of each week for our art summer camps. They did many productions on stage, and we had 623 total attendees for those 8 productions. We did 8 total exhibitions. Those were virtual and in person. We had 307 total online views for those, and we had 185 in-person views by appointment only. And then we presented 60 in-person events during FY21, and we had a total of 2,442 total attendees for those events. And those numbers would have been higher, but COVID happened. Next slide, please. So right now for our proposed budget for FY22, we're asking for $5,092 for, I'm sorry, $500,092,474 for our personnel. For our contracted services, they went up because we're looking to be completely open. So those services have gone up, and our supplies, of course, will go up because we'll be operating at full capacity. And we've also had to combine South Fulton Art Center and Southwest Art Center. So South Fulton staff is being housed over here, and we moved all of South Fulton's programming to Southwest Art Center. Therefore, our total budget has gone up significantly. When we came over to the city, it was in the middle of a fiscal year, I believe, and then we got shut down because of COVID. So we don't really have any historical data from 2019 or fiscal year 2020 because we were not operating at full capacity. Next slide, please. So a couple things have changed. We're asking for the Deputy Director for Cultural Affairs. We're asking for the Cultural Affairs Manager position to remain. Our Theatrical Production Manager position has not changed. Our Arts Education Coordinator positions have not changed. Our Audio Visual Tech position has not changed. We are in need of an admin specialist, and we are in need of 2 part-time cultural affairs specialists. Next slide, please. Well, I guess that's the end of the slides for cultural affairs. So now we open it up for questions, Travis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Aveni. At this time, we'd like to entertain any questions by our elected officials regarding the presentations for both Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs.
As I do see Mr. Khalid in the queue, then Ms.
I had a stomach
Willis,
problem
and
so
then
bad, I felt I needed something else. So I just stopped taking my medicine.
someone has that mic hot. I don't know who it is. But you need So, Ms. Gig, I see you haven't muted yourself.
That's not me.
I'm just saying, I seen you hadn't muted yourself. I didn't say it was you. Let's go ahead and start with Mr. Khalid, then Ms. Willis, Ms. Reeves, and then Ms. Guns.
Okay, first I want to just say thank you for a welcome actually to Mr. Landrum. Welcome to our little town, South Fulton. And if it's possible, if we could see them on screen, that'd be great. I know a lot of people are hearing this voice for the first time. A lot of our residents would love to see who our new parks director is. I really just had a couple of comments and one question. The first one is, as we're working on our parks master plan, one of the things that we have been talking about was a SPLOST, which has, proven highly effective in financing all of these great plans and making sure they don't just stay on the shelf. So I want to make sure that that ball doesn't get dropped in this transition, and that's something that when we come back with a master plan, that we also are coming back with a way to finance it. And the second thing that we had been previously talking about was working, or let me say I had specifically been talking about with our previous parks director, was bringing on more certified educators who could partner with Fulton County schools to augment the curriculum, which I think is even more critically important now that we have as many after-school programs going in as many places as possible, because there's a lot of catching up to do, especially for our students. And then my question was for Mr. Landrum, we talked about it with the police chief. I am not aware of a single place in our 90 square mile city where people can legally ride ATVs. I know in ATL, coming from there, they had a problem with skateboards a decade or so ago, and now they have all of these skateboard parks across the city. So I hope that one of the things that we can look at in this plan and our future planning is the creation of an ATV park or two. We're more rural out here. There are a lot of people that do that. Maybe we could even use one of the 17 existing parks that might just be underutilized. And I would also like to see a trail system that connects the neighborhoods to those parks, just so that people that have these vehicles do have a place that is safe and legal to ride them. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid. Ms. Willis?
Thank you. Mr. Landrum, I'm gonna make it clear. When you look for this ATV park and look for neighborhoods to connect to the ATV park, do not look in District 3 and do not look at any parks in District 3. My residents, I speak for them, would not appreciate that. So you can look at any other district, but don't look at District 3. What is the plan now that the Delta and Beta variant is on the rise for activities in do you have a plan?
Well, currently our staff are implementing safety protocols as it relates to COVID following this previous year. What we, of course, will do, we'll continue to watch the CDC guidelines and follow the leadership recommendations with the elected officials. If things happen to change and go in an unfortunate direction, we will adjust accordingly and make sure we still operate and offer our services to the best of our abilities, still keeping those COVID protocols in place at the forefront. We'll continue to train and make sure that we have the equipment, whether it be the mask or hand sanitizer, doing the temp checks. We'll continue to flow along with the CDC guidelines, regardless of which direction it goes with the COVID, either variant or just overall.
Ms. Sally Jones, I believe in total transparency, and what our residents don't know is that we did have summer camp and several kids. We had some incidents of COVID positive cases. I'm not asking to put names out, but I would like that to be kept in mind as we go through this pandemic season, on how we should govern ourselves accordingly. What's the concern of me is that no child.
Ms. Willis, but hold on a minute. Someone has a hot mic here. And I wish you would mute yourself. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Willis. I'm sorry.
What's a concern of mine is that no child under the age of 12 cannot be vaccinated. And so we need to keep that in mind. I would not succumb to pressure. The most important thing to me is the safety of our kids and our residents. And so please keep that in mind as we.
Ms. Willis, hold on. Mr. Neymar. Neymar. Go ahead, Ms. Willis. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to pinpoint the noise. Go right ahead, Ms. Willis.
Okay. What I was saying is that yes.
Neymar?
Yes.
Can you pinpoint that where that noise is coming from?
Okay, we'll track it.
Go ahead, Ms. Willis.
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
What I was saying is no child under the age of 12 can be vaccinated at this point. And so I just want you all to keep that in mind as you move forward with planning activities in our city. I know that residents would, you would have some to tell you that they're not going to blame the city if a child contracts COVID, but the minute we have an abundance of kids to contract COVID because of activities that are planned in our city, I can guarantee you they will have us on every news station possible in this city. And I do not want that type of press for our city. Most of all, I don't want anyone's child to be sick. Cultural arts and affairs. Do we have more virtual programming in play for that? Because that is something that we can really focus on while we're going through this. We can have plays, we can have musicals, we can do a lot in that area.
As far as virtual planning for FY2022, we do not have any virtual events planned right now. They can always be added.
Mr. Landrum, I'm just surprised to hear that that's not the case, because this pandemic has been around for over a year. So, now we're going through another spike. So if you could work with your team and Ms. Sadler-Jones, if you could work with Mr. Landrum to make sure that we try to focus on getting that into play during this fiscal year, that would be great. As far as Wolf Creek Amphitheater, where are we with getting that?
Thank you. Mr. Landrum, I'll take that. Ms. Willis, we actually have a meeting that was scheduled through the mayor's office with Fulton County on next week, where we will be meeting with the chairman and the county manager and other board of commissioners and staff with Fulton County to address, when we are going to be able to have that facility transferred. I think you've heard me say it before, we thought that it would already be transferred to the city, but the county, we are still negotiating an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement with them. And so hopefully we will have that transition soon, but we are continuing to work on that, I assure you.
Because I see a concert flyer on social media for a vaccination concert to be held on the 28th. And I will hope that, some type of leverage is going to be used to get them to turn that over to our city.
As a matter of fact, I reached out to the county manager's office on yesterday because I've been hearing about this concert, but I have not been provided any specific details on the concert from the county. They had advised me through the county manager that I would be hearing from one of their staff people on yesterday. I did not hear from that individual. I have not heard from that individual today. Hopefully, if I don't hear from that person by the end of today, I will reach out to them tomorrow. But that will definitely be a conversation that we will have on Tuesday as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sally Jones. Mayor, I yield at this time. Mayor.
Mr. Reeves, you're next. Thank you, Ms. Willis. Mr. Reeves, you're next.
All right, thank you so much. Well, at best, our staff would need to have tickets to that concert if it goes on, because they can be doing a needs assessment at a actual live show. However, Mr. Landrum.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the great city of South Fulton, sir.
Thank you.
We had heard you coming from a place where you left them with a good mark. And a
yes,
good
sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. So our expectation is you're going to lead us down the same direction and then further.
Well, you know, they say imitation is the highest form of flattery. So definitely looking to duplicate that. Yes, sir.
I'm trying to tell you, and I would take great pride in that. I'm not going to really go into this, but it was a 5th district over there. We're going to just, it's all good. But a couple of questions here. How soon will it be before the part-time staff is hired to support the increase in the programming and fall activities?
Well, if that is supported and approved by Mayor and Council, we'll turn to start working with HR. We actually have a discussion tomorrow to make sure that we go ahead and start moving forward with the current vacancies that we have, which we have quite a few. But as soon as we get the opportunity to move forward, that we'll do so in discussions with the assistant city manager and HR.
Awesome. And of course, these programmers will have a built-in virtual component, and just in case no in-person meetings can happen, correct?
Yes, sir. We'll make sure we have an alternative available for those opportunities. Again, just like last year when COVID came amongst all of us, we had to find that alternative to provide those programming opportunities. So we will definitely have that in place in the event we have to go that route.
Awesome. And are there with the various standards with each facility based on like the size, the programming, the facilities, the renovations, and then the non-existing ones? How are we looking as far as fees based on being equitable?
Well, we're definitely going to seek out our master plan to see if it has the fee structure component in it as well. If we're able to review that and look at our surrounding service providers to make sure that we're providing the adequate price for our services, we'll go to follow that plan as it's listed in the master plan. If it's not, then we can find another way to create our own fee study and then apply it as necessary.
Absolutely. Awesome. And so then, of course, the question that I've been getting, and I'm pretty sure some other my colleagues have been too, about the football program that was started but kind of left in limbo. Are you looking at, or have you been looking at the field permits being signed so that they can continue the football season this year until you can bring in your restructure after the season? Or are you planning to just go ahead and dismiss that and start with your restructuring immediately?
No, we're not in a situation to dismiss it. In the process of continuing to gather information and conversations, I actually spoke with another staff that was instrumental in the football program yesterday. As I'll gather that information, I'll look to schedule a meeting with the presidents of each program. And then once I gather that feedback from their meeting as well, I'll look to make a proposal to mayor and council here in the near future to see about going forward or depending on what the proposal is, what direction we should go in.
Right. And I know as the new Parks and Rec director, demands on meeting you are, I know, vast. And so But however, I would like to be squeezed in there at your earliest convenience. And I like to meet with the cohorts that I have with utilizing Burdette as the community room. I would like to be in utilization even on the weekends, and it's currently not. And so to see what we can do to exercise that option. Of course, I know that comes with staff as well, probably a part-time staff. But I'm also going to share in the sentiments with my colleague, Councilman Khalid. And when you look at these ATV trails, I've seen some that goes along the railroad tracks, then some in some different areas. But also too, if there could be a little area carved out for these little streetcars, you know, they do these little donuts and they like to spin out and do all this other stuff. We can make somewhere for a little safe environment for them to be able to do that in a designated area so that our streets that's freshly paved don't have these marks of the river all over them. And so if we can look at that, they do exist. And so maybe carve out some area providing a safe environment for them to practice their little wheelies or whatever they call that, so that we could just try to mitigate those from doing it in our streets and the communities where the constituency resides. That'd be great.
Yes, sir. I'd like to add to that conversation. They do have specialized parks for ATVs or motocross you might have. I would definitely, the benefit with the city of South Fulton is that there are several areas and parcels of land that could be looked at and reviewed and considered for that type of park. I would strongly suggest with our current infrastructure, the way they're designed and the access utilized by the public, not to look into those particular parts that we currently have, but definitely if we have the ability to acquire some land and develop that in those particular areas, that is definitely something that could be considered.
Absolutely. And I also would love to see an auditorium, one that's comparable to C.T. Martin's on this side of the city as well, so that we'll have everybody can enjoy pool and the swimming program. And but then there was one more question that kind of slipped my mind, but it'll come back, I guess. But again, welcome to the great city of South Fulton. I do look forward to meeting you, as that's a solid hire by our city manager, and appreciate her for having that insight and finding you, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Gumbs.
Mr. Landrum, again, same sentiments as my colleagues. Thank you for joining the city of South Fulton. We are looking forward to definitely having you here and having some innovation around our parks. One quick question: have we budgeted or considered improving our Wi-Fi communications within our park systems?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I have had conversations with the IT department with Neymar to do an assessment of our facilities. I know we have some challenges over at Welcome All, over in the cultural arts operations. So there is a desire to make sure that we improve the quality of our connectivity, not only from the operational standpoint with our staff, but definitely from the standpoint of the community being able to access the Wi-Fi and utilize it in our parks. We haven't had a chance to sit down and have an in-depth conversation. We've had a surface level conversation to review where we currently are, but yes, ma'am, that is a conversation that is underway.
Okay, that was my biggest concern, improving our Wi-Fi's in our park system and just, overall improving our trails. So I think I've got my questions answered, but thank you and welcome again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Landry, before we go to the next department, couple of questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
What I was just from earlier. Are we ending with you? Because I did remember my question.
Yeah, we ended with me.
Can I go ahead and state my question?
No, we'll get your question answered. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for being nice. Okay. Listen. Mr. Landry, let me just say something to you. Those things that are illegal, we're not in the business of making them legal if they're illegal. All right. Donuts in the road is illegal. It's all right. So I want to make sure we understand that. The other thing I want to understand is that regardless of what we may bring into our parks department that people think we need, and I'm glad you told them to look at the parks, those places before you make a decision, because some of those decisions have to be matched up with the quality of life desires that we have for our community. And some of those deals have a lot of noise, pollution, and other problems. So we have to be very, very careful if we're going to do something like that. Make sure we look at the whole gamut of it. Couple things. Number one is, I want to make sure that there's fiscal responsibility and integrity as it pertains to the use of civic rec. That's our way of measuring how we're doing. Are we getting the money or the fees for participation that we deserve? So I want you to make sure that everything, I think a lot of stuff has to go through civic rec, and I know over the years they haven't. The second thing, I want to be very clear that a contractor is just that, a contractor. A contractor is not a person who takes over our facility and runs it in a manner which they think best. That's not what contractors do. A contractor is not a person who holds events and the money doesn't run through civic rec. We don't want to do those kinds of things anymore. These facilities belong to the city of South Fulton, and just because you're a contractor, we're allowing you to provide a service, but we're not allowing you to take the facility over. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I want to comment you to it. You know, having Lonnie on that at your side is going to be a truly asset for you. And Lonnie, I want to thank you. You have an outstanding staff over there at the Art Center that is just so customer friendly. And I wanted to acknowledge that to you because I've never seen them when they were not customer friendly.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Now, I want to know, are we in compliance at the Art Center with in your preparation for the next series of events? Are we in compliance with the regulations by the Arts Guild, Lonnie?
What regulations by the Arts Guild as far as actors' equity is concerned with the HVAC cleaning?
Yeah, all of that stuff before they'll be able to come in and do plays.
Yes, sir. We're waiting for the final report.
Okay, so we have done it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's good. Lastly, let me just leave you with this. And once again, I want to add my congratulations to you for coming to South Fulton, Mr. Landrum. I mean, you come with a lot of folks give you high praises. So we're just glad that we had an opportunity to get you here. Lastly, let me say this. All my political career, I've been hearing this. Children don't have nothing to do. I've heard that tons and tons of times. And Lonnie can attest to this over in the Art Center. We have a wide variety of things. Just take the Art Center by itself. We have a wide variety of things that are available for children. But the problem is we can't get the classes filled up. Am I correct in saying that, Lonnie?
You are correct, Mayor.
So when people come to me and say, we ain't got nothing for the children to do, that's not true. What the issue is, you don't want to bring them to where the programs are.
Correct.
And you want to pick them up when it's over. So I would say continue to offer as much as we can for children, where we can offer it to them. And it's incumbent upon us as adults, and when we can't, the children don't drive, it's incumbent upon us but make sure that we have those programs available, not just in the Art Center, Mr. Landrum, but I know there are tons of programs that you do at Welcome All and other places that children can participate in. And lastly, make sure they know about them.
Yes, sir. That's our struggle, getting the information out.
They got to know what's available for the kids. So once again, thank you so much. We applaud you. I know you're gonna do a good job, and you got a lot. Get the right people around you. Let's go for it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You was gonna allow me to ask my question?
I was like, you know what? Let me do this. Let's get through this, and I'll let you answer your question. Okay. Let's get out of this. All right. Let's do the city manager, and let's go from there.
Yes, the next presentation is the city manager's office.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council and citizens of South Fulton who may be listening and participating in this virtual space today as we do our department head meetings for our fiscal year 2022 budget. The city manager's office, our office is responsible for managing the day-to-day operations of the city. As far as our fiscal year 2022 goals and objectives, as we have discussed previously, we will continue to be vigilant and proactive in responding to COVID-19. We are doing our part to make sure that we are trying to keep our employees safe. Very recently, this week, from my office, we have put out a directive to the staff via their directors, their department directors, that they will need to be provide proof of vaccinations before doing any live training. And so what we're trying to do is not inconvenience anybody, but of course, we're trying to make sure that when our staff go to these trainings and they are around other individuals in their training sessions, that they are vaccinated. And we, of course, again, want to try to keep them safe and keep their family safe ultimately when they return back from their trainings. It's important for me that we recruit and retain highly qualified workforce. I have mentioned to the council that it is my recommendation in the fiscal year 2022 budget that we include a 3% pay increase for all eligible employees. We are funding that mid-year. And then in addition to that, I've already mentioned to you today that I am proposing a housing allowance, a monthly housing allowance for our public safety employees who desire to live within our city limits. And this program has been done in other cities, and I think it will be very beneficial that we do it here in the city of South Fulton. And of course, it will be a pilot program, and we would like to expand it at some point and hopefully be able to do down payment assistance for our employees. But we just wanted to start at this level first and fund the project and then try to proceed on and expand it later on. We want to begin to engage our citizens. We are currently right now, of course, in our strategic plan. And then at some point, we are going to have to begin a new strategic planning process for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2026. So we will begin to start thinking about how to engage our citizens because we know we have a very involved citizens here in the city of South Fulton, which I greatly appreciate that. We want to always make sure that we hear from our citizens and that they are involved in our planning processes. Also, prior to me coming here, the city did an RFP in 2019 to assist with what they call a mystery shopper program. We are working toward being an effective and excellent service delivery organization. And that particular mystery shopper program was deployed in specific facilities. And it's my understanding they went two times to about 15 facilities, and they visited places like City Hall, the fire department, Parks and Recreation, and police. And so we want to make sure we circle back and look at the information that they provided to us, and always continue to try to do what we can to enhance our customer service and the experience that our citizens or the public experiences when they come to do business here in the city of South Fulton. I want to look at trying to provide enhanced leadership training to our supervisors and our directors. I do have money proposed in my fiscal year 2022 budget to do leadership training. We want to always, again, try to focus on professional development and keep our staff with the skills that they need to do a great job for our city. Continuous improvement through citywide business process mapping. The staff person within the city manager's office who does programs and performance administration, she was very beneficial in helping us during our transition in the parks department. And, you know, I felt like instead of contracting with somebody, if we already have the resources in-house and an individual in-house that can come in and look at our operations in regards to some of our departments, you know, why spend that money when we can utilize what we have internally? So we will be looking at trying to go into our departments and make sure that business operations are running efficiently and effectively. And of course, you know, continue to implement the vision of the mayor and the council, continuing to work with each of you, continuing to work with our staff, continuing to, you know, lead this organization to the best of my ability. And of course, you know, integrity and serving with integrity is always very important to me. And so you have my commitment to do that as your city manager. Next slide, please. Fiscal year 21 accomplishments. The city manager's office did launch South Fulton Grows. It's a partnership with Miller City Farms, and we provided over 200 families with raw materials in order to address the food insecurities here in our city. So we are very proud of that, and hopefully we will be able to do that again. Last fiscal year, or this current fiscal year, I should say, the city, we received our official designation that we were an entitlement city from HUD, the Community Development Block Grant Funding, which we are expecting to receive $512,000. And when a city is labeled an entitlement city, that means they have over 50,000 people in population. And as we talked about, we very recently last week received information from census that we are now up to 107,000 people. So with our increased population, hopefully we will be able to see some results and do some additional things regarding grant opportunities as a result of that increased population amount. The city also implemented the Smart City Initiative. It's a partnership that we have with Comcast, where we have trash receptacles, and our Public Works Department is actually implementing this particular program, but the city manager's office, we funded it in this current fiscal year budget. We have 17 sensors that will be have been placed and installed on trash cans strategically placed throughout our city, but it's my understanding we're supposed to have a total of 33. And of course, we're trying to do our part to address trash and litter here in our city, and we encourage our citizens to use the trash receptacles. Please don't drop your litter on the ground, and continue to help keep the city of South Fulton a beautiful city. We successfully launched the Gladiator Benefits Program through the CARES Act money. We were able to provide payouts to our eligible employees that range from code enforcement down to our public safety staff and other department directors as well. So we were glad that we were able to use that money to do that. And speaking of CARES, we received $4.1 million through Fulton County, and we were able to do rental and mortgage assistance programs small business grants programs, childcare for our employees. We purchased PPE. And I know that this council at the last work session, I believe you wanted to find out what that inventory is, and we are preparing that for you, and we are preparing to assist with getting those N95 masks out citywide. Through the assistance of our contracted lobbyist, Mr. Andrew Long, we were successful through a team effort in annexing Fulton Industrial Boulevard. And I want to definitely thank Mr. Long for the great work that he did. His particular contract is within the city manager's office. And then we're hoping maybe at some point that we can expand that to have him help us out on a federal level, because you know, our city being a new city, we need to make our name known on the federal level and in DC. And so it is important that we have somebody there lobbying on our behalf so we can be the recipients of federal funding that may be coming down to cities. So we certainly want to continue that program in fiscal year 22. Next slide. One other thing I wanted to mention that I see did not get included was another significant accomplishment had to do with our chaplaincy program. Our lead chaplain trained and graduated 12 residents through the chaplains program. Those individuals went from candidates to certified volunteer chaplains. The chaplain was responsible for a training education program that focused on classroom training, field training, and it touched on the 5 branches of the chaplaincy program. So I think that is definitely worth noting as a significant accomplishment for fiscal year 22. The proposed fiscal year 22 budget for our personnel, you see that went down. We are recommending that our chaplain position be moved to the police department. As we talked about, we now have 107 residents, and as you know, our city's needs change, I feel like the chaplain can assist in our community outreach efforts. Many of the things that this particular position does relates to law enforcement. So in trying to better utilize that particular position, that is the reason why I am making that change. I do realize that my predecessor in 2019 took an administrative action and moved that position from the police department to the city manager's office. But now, you know, in fiscal year 22, again, as our needs change, as our city changes, I think it is important, you know, that we are able to tap into the resources that we have over in the police department and better utilize that particular position to help with much needed outreach and maintain that visibility, maintain that availability, maintain that adaptability and credibility for all of our personnel and citizens within the city of South Fulton. So I would like to ask for the council's support in doing that. Purchase contracted service. Again, I mentioned, you know, we have Mr. Long's contract. We are looking at leadership training. Other, you know, type services are in the purchase contracted services. Supplies, you know, the supplies to run our office. And of course, our total operating budget would be $290,000 for a total to include personnel and the operating budget for a little over $1 million. So the next slide again shows the positions within the city manager's office. I am recommending that we not fund the management and policy analyst 1, the constituent affairs coordinator. I'm recommending that we not fund that. With the tight budget that we had this year, I really had to, you know, make some hard decisions and really look at the operations of the city manager's office and streamline where I felt was important. And, you know, this council has given me the authority to handle personnel matters. So I wanted to do what I thought was in the best interest of the city and the department and just try to streamline in areas. And of course, you know, everybody wants to have more staff. And surely if we needed those particular positions, I would have recommended them, but I just feel like right now we have the sufficient amount of people that we need in the city manager's office. So with that said, I will be glad to take any questions that you may have. And Mayor, before you begin the questions, I would like to say, we want to thank you and the council for the time that we have spent with you. It's been some long days. We were here all day, pretty much on Tuesday, and we've been here all day today, but this was very important for us that we provide you with the information about our departments. And I want to thank all of our department heads for their participation and their loyalty and dedication to their departments, and how they have been very, very active in helping us put this budget together. And I couldn't do what I do without having the assistance of our great staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sally Jones. And Ms. Willis, you're up.
Thank you. Ms. Sally Jones, would that 3% increase include our legislative specialists?
Absolutely. That would be citywide for eligible employees. So yes, that would include the legislative specialist.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, when are you planning on presenting the plan for the AARP funds? I know that food insecurity is one that I've been working with you on, and you received several proposals.
Yes, ma'am.
So when are you going to present the plan?
Yes. So I had mentioned at the work session that we are waiting to receive the final guidelines from the U.S. Department of Treasury. We do have a proposed list that we have together, but we just want to make sure that all the guidelines set forth by the federal government, that we can, in fact, do these particular positions or projects rather that we have. And so I will be getting that to you very soon. It's my understanding from GMA that we should have those guidelines by the end of this month or 1st of September. So I'm hoping that we will have them by the end of the month, and then I can make a presentation to you all in the month of September. But I am, anxiously, waiting for those guidelines. And I want to thank, our contracted grants administrator who has come back on board to assist us in making sure that we are following the rules for the American Rescue Plan money.
Okay, thank you. What is the $500,000 HUD funding going to be used for?
We have possibly we're going to be doing like chair lifts. Any of the projects that you do through HUD have to be for low to moderate income. And so we have specific guidelines on what that's going to be used for. For example, also rent and mortgage assistance. We can use it for that. I don't have my list in front of me. I was trying to anticipate everything the council would be asking, and I don't have that in front of me, but those are just kind of some of the things. And even, with some of our capital projects or some of the other operating type initiatives that we're doing within our department, if we can use CDBG funds for those purposes, we will be using those funds to offset the general fund.
So are we allowed to use any of those funds to help with demolition of some of the blighted property in our city?
Yes, you can use it for that.
Okay, because I would like to ask that we set aside some funds to continue addressing the blight in our city.
Okay.
And then lastly, what are the next steps? I mean, you all did a great job with the budget presentations, and I really want to thank you and staff for taking time out and presenting to this council. I know that you heard a lot of recommendations from all of us, and I plan to summarize mine and send it to you when I finish getting through the tape from from Tuesday. What are the next steps, though?
Well, the next steps will be just as you mentioned. We will, the team, we will get back together again and discuss the recommendations and the questions that were presented to us. Again, I do, have to stress to the council, the budget that you currently have in front of you is a balanced budget. We were very diligent in trying to go through and make sure that, we had a balanced budget, and it continued to also have the fund balance that we need based upon GFOA. But we will go back. We've heard some requests, and we will see where we can make the necessary adjustments. And then we will, bring that information back to you. I will email it to you. But as far as next steps regarding the budget, we're supposed to have a third public hearing and adoption of the millage rate on Tuesday, August 24th at the 4 p.m. City Council meeting. And then we're supposed to have the first public hearing and reading of the fiscal year 2022 budget on Wednesday, September the 8th at 10 a.m. So we have a lot, that we're going to have to do over the next 2 weeks or so before that September 8th meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I yield, and I appreciate Ms. Sally Jones. You've been with us close to, when did you get here? October?
Yes, I've been here 10 months.
Okay, you have gone through a lot and encountered a lot and done a lot over the 10 months. And I appreciate having experienced leadership at the helm. And for the most part, I think you've done a good job. No one is perfect, but for 10 months, for what you have had to encounter and what you have inherited and what you continue to have to work through by inheriting, I think you have done a great job thus far.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the support of the council.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Ms. Rao, you're next. Dr. Rao?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Sadler Jones, thank you for the presentation. I know this is a follow-on to the question that Councilwoman Willis answered. I know that with that CDBG funding, we had to submit a HUD action plan and how that money would be spent. Is it possible that you could send that plan, because we have to spend according to that? Can you send that to the entire council?
Yes,
I think
ma'am.
we saw something early on. It's been a while, but I think just bringing that back up is because it's been a while since that was shared.
Okay, yeah, we can send that out because we very recently submitted our consolidated plan and our action plan to HUD. And it's my understanding that they have a 45-day review process, but we will send you out what we sent to them.
Thank you. And then as it relates to just implementation of some of the, one of the things we've been talking about is the broadband. We've touched on that a little bit, but to me it's foundational too in terms of some of the smart city initiatives that we've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to that anymore in terms of how we are be moving to make sure that that coverage is available throughout the whole city?
Okay, I will do a high level, but then Mr. Neymar Strickland will probably be he is my subject matter expert in this area, but we will be proposing $1.3 million for broadband and Wi-Fi capabilities through the American Rescue Plan money. We do know that, broadband is one of those areas that is allowable for usage of those funds. Mr. Strickland, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you speak to broadband, please?
Yeah, so we're looking at, we met with a partner actually yesterday, as recent as yesterday, speaking about it with some of the grants and things that we've been proposed to us. There's a big kind of catch-22 between you have to partner with carriers and not. So what we're looking at is finding a vendor that can kind of fill the void between the two, between us and our capabilities and the vendor partnerships. So with the funding that we have available, we're just looking for partners that can fill the gap. And that's I think we've talked to two vendors to help with the process. And it ranges from 50, I think they said 50,000 to kind of do a review and help us get connected. The other, we hadn't got the quotes back yet. So within the funding that is allotted, I think we'll be able to make a much better progress in the coming year as it relates to that coverage.
Follow-on question. Do you feel like you have a complete assessment of where we don't have coverage? Do we really have a grasp of that citywide? I know Councilwoman Gilliard has talked about it being an issue in 4, but even the areas that have it, it's not as reliable as you would like. And I just want to know if whatever assessments we're doing, we're looking at the reliability, even in the areas where it currently exists.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've been primarily relying on the data collected by the state and the federal government. There's an assessment is going to be one big part of that, because even not just broadband, but even cell phone coverage, we're finding that although there's been a lot of monies put in from the carriers, the service in the areas that we have are still not as reliable as you're alluding to. So I think for us, as a part of the funding as well, a good survey of our territory or verifying the surveys that have been done by the state and the federal government is going to be something to really look at. And even partnerships with these surrounding cities, like I think East Point, for example, they're going down the path of doing some improvements. So we've been working with different partners that are working with some of our surrounding cities also to see if not only that we can help address our needs, but take advantage of the work that's already been done in our surrounding cities as well.
Thank you.
Is that all, Dr. Ross? Dr.
Yes,
Ross?
that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Khalid? Mr. Khalid? Let me go on to Ms. Gums, and I'll come back if Mr. Khalid's available. Ms. Gums?
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. City Manager Sally Jones, I think you're doing a wonderful job, and thank you so much for your hard efforts over the past 10 months. I do have a question, and this probably, I don't know if this will come out of your office, but there's still a concern for me in regards to the short-term rental that is happening throughout our city. And I didn't hear much discussed about that through our presentations that I received from, I guess, the Code Enforcement Department. Are we still managing the host compliance program to monitor the short-term rentals and party houses?
That is my understanding, that we are still hosting that.
Okay, and that will continue, and we have funding for that in 2022?
I believe we do, but if you will let me check and follow up, I will check into that for you.
Okay, because that's something that, I really think that we need to, maintain and keep moving forward with trying to, put a dent in these short-term rentals that are unauthorized in our city.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Reeves, since it's at the time where you want to make your other remember
Mr.
now.
Chair, thank you so much for recognizing me.
I'm not finished. Wait a minute. Since we're at the county manager's portion, please ask your question that we missed the last time, okay?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Clerk, you have 5 more minutes of my time too. No, I'm just kidding. So, but this go back to cultural affairs, because she said something that she said they combine South Fulton Arts Center and Southwest Arts Center.
Yes, sir. Programming is combined for both of those art centers. South Fulton Art Center is currently under renovation.
Under renovation, so y'all can bring the programming back. Oh yeah.
That is our goal, to bring programming back to South Fulton once it reopens.
Oh, because I was going to ask if that was the case, and so if it was not going to be, I was going to make a suggestion that if it's under renovation, and so part of that be a kind of a gallery to serve as a place where our youth can showcase their artwork. So I don't know if that was the plan anyway or not. But
we currently have 2 gallery spaces at Southwest. We have our fine art gallery in the theater, and then we use our walls in our studio building as gallery space as well. So if you haven't been over here, I suggest you come view our quilt exhibition. It is a fabulous exhibition. It is currently in our studio building and in our theater gallery.
Right now, I have not been seen equipment. I have not seen that one. But I will try to make a dash over there. And how long is it there until?
The 27th, and it is quite beautiful.
Okay, and the public can still come in and view that, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. So,
but you have to make sure you have your mask on and you have to temperature check when you walk in the door.
But you don't have to have a vaccination card.
Right now, city facilities are not requiring visitors to present proof of vaccination or negative COVID tests.
Okay, that was for the edification of the public there. But I do want to, however, because I did make the suggestion that, but on the one of the wall they have the mayor and council on there, and I asked that Madam City Manager, whoever is responsible for that those pictures go in every facility that the city has, if that can be possible. But thank you, Solandia. I appreciate your comments. And but Madam City Manager,
absolutely.
I have a question on the chaplaincy deal. So it was under your department, and so now it's moving over to the police. Should that not be its own autonomous department or deal? Because I'm just thinking that, chaplains deal with so much. We have people who within the city who deal with a lot as well. And if they go to a chaplain, they talk to them, think it's sort of kind of maybe I don't know, for lack of better terminology, confessions, or just talking like I'm talking to my pastor, or I'm talking to a part of the priesthood, and that information would be confidential. If it was under somebody that could be problematic, because they can, they have to disclose what was said. But if it was on its own autonomy, because you have people, regular staff members, who just sometimes they just need to let off just something that's on their mind, on their heart, or whatever, but also feel in an environment where they're safe to make that transaction, but in their minds they're talking to somebody that will be able to keep that confidential as a attorney-client privilege type of situation. So I'm not sure if that's under anybody would be the way that I would envision that, but however you see it, but if that's a thought process, because I do think about that.
Yes, sir. That won't change. I mean, confidentiality with the chaplain will remain the same, whether it's going back to the police department or whether it's in my office. I mean, that will not change.
Okay, because who is that?
The job description won't change.
Right. Who are they responsible to? Are they responding under the chief directly, or just under the police department as a?
Well, the chief and I had discussed supervision specifically. I think that will be at his discretion, where he feels like the position needs to report to on a day-to-day basis. Typically I leave that up again to the discretion of the department heads. I've done other reorganizations here in the last 10 months. And, it hasn't been a problem, and I don't expect for it to be a problem. So, again, that would be something that Chief Meadows would have to determine. But I did, talk to him about the idea of putting the office of the chaplain as a direct report to him.
Okay. All right. Well, as long as there's no changes there, so I know that you have made great decisions so far, with 10 being a perfect score there. So I do appreciate all that you do, madam. So thank you much. That's it. And thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask some questions.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you have me in your queue, but can you please put me in your line? I do have a hand raised.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Adams, are you keeping up with the queue? Helping the mayor keep up with the queue?
Yeah, I have it. Mr. Mayor, are you there?
Yeah, I don't need no help. People ain't in there. I just saw his hand raised. And
it's two of us that have our hand raised. That's why I said that's why I asked.
I have your hand raised. I have Mr. Baker's hand raised.
Rao had her hands raised too.
Mr. Baker, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you for acknowledging me. That's my only option as far as the hand raise. Thank you again. And thank you, City Manager Sally Jones, for your report. And my concern is something similar to the sentiments of Councilmember Reeves, but I think before you gave your answer, you actually gave a resolve, but I don't know if you changed your mind because you ended with that the chaplain's program would report directly to the police chief. And if that's the concession, I could definitely deal with that as far as, supporting that change. If it was a direct report to the chief, again, I know that you understood that this was with Mr. Dono and why he did it. We conversed about it on Tuesday in the meeting briefly. But I think that we have a unique situation when it comes to who heads that program, simply because we have someone who's skilled and trained and just an excellent person for the position. I believe Pastor Henry is not only certified in law enforcement, he's also certified in fire. So just because we have a remarkable individual to hold the position now, I believe the position should be the position regardless of who holds the position. And I think a lot of the progress has been due to the autonomy. Again, I like to reference all of the situations that I've had to deal with that program and how without a lot of the red tape that sometimes law enforcement requires, unless, and I took it under consideration that, there are reaches when it comes to funding as well that may be a contributing factor. And only you could attest to that. Having it under law enforcement may free up or may allow a reach to other funds as well to support that department. And that's why I say if the concession is what you said at the end, and I heard you correct to say that this department would be a direct report to the chief, then I would definitely support it. But can you just provide clarity in that last statement you made?
Sure. I did speak with Chief Meadows, and it was a conversation that he and I had about him having the chaplain report directly to him. I know that he does have other positions that report directly to him. And if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Toms was actually a witness to the conversation we had. I know he said that he has the deputy chief reporting to him. And then, of course, the majors report directly to the deputy chief, if I'm not mistaken. So, I didn't intend for this to be a big issue regarding the reporting of the chaplain, the office of the chaplain. But if that, is the will of this council to support me in making that move, I will direct the police chief that position will report to him.
And I appreciate that. And I just, the only reason why I stand out on that is because of, like, we have access to the police chief, and I don't think that he would even like us going down his ranks as far as communicating directly with council, given that we have a line with him, and really our line is to you through him. Right. So that's, I appreciate that concession. Thank you so much for all you do.
Okay,
all right,
thank you.
Baker. Mr. Khalid, are you in now? Mr. Khalid, are you in? Okay, Mr. Khalid, are you there? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Willis.
You know, I watched the tape from Tuesday and saw this, and it appears like this is becoming a big issue, and I don't understand why. Chaplaincy is new to our city, but it's not new to municipalities. Here in Savannah, you know, my uncle was the first African American chaplain, and he served as chaplain for 25 years. And one of the things that I did was research. I researched to see what other cities are doing, what chaplaincies, what the chaplains are in other cities. And Miss Sally Jones has not steered us wrong yet. Every time I fact checked her, and yes, Miss Sally Jones, I do fact check you. I know you know what you're doing. But and when you brought this to my attention, you know, I had hesitancy too, because I wanted to make sure that the chaplain had the ability to be be able to do his job and also be confidential. And you're exactly right. The chaplain is under the police chief. I mean, how they report to is up to the police chief, but I mean, it's in the police department. It's in the police department for various reasons, because that is who touches the community at most. And I remember coming up in Savannah, my uncle being there for residents, being there for employees, and being there for officers. So we're really making a big deal out of something that's really not a big deal. Mrs. Sally Jones is correct in her suggestion. I think that we should allow her to, I think we should respect her decision. The person that we have in this role is awesome. He does amazing things. He will still be able to be awesome and do amazing things. And I don't think we should, interfere beyond that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Willis.
I am one of the sponsors of this program, and I am still supportive of this program, but I respect the decision of the city manager. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Rao?
Yes, this is a kind of follow-on to yesterday's conversation, and I think I started down with questioning as it relates to whatever our new model would look like with code enforcement. We know that it will be moved from CDRA. I would just ask that the city manager and assistant city manager examine if it should be independent or revisit whether it's a fit under the police department. I really want to make sure that we are taking code enforcement to the next level. And I think, as I mentioned yesterday, the technology and the reporting on a code enforcement inspector basis is something I'm really interested in seeing, to find out how large that department really needs to be. I recall previous concerns around safety being raised. And the more that I've thought about it, it may make sense with the support that can be rendered under the police department. So before you come back with your final recommendation, please look at all of that. That's just a request I have.
Okay, thank you. We will.
Thank you, Ms. Rao. Ms. Sally Jones, a couple of things from me. On the mystery shopper deal that you're doing for our facilities, make sure that the results of that is dispensed out to all the council people, okay?
Okay.
And you and I have talked about the fact that we can elevate that program not only to our facilities, but to our businesses in our area, to get them some feedback on what they're doing good and they're doing bad. So I wanted to say that. Now,
okay.
Let me ask you a question on this chaplain thing, right? First of all, do you have the authority to move him if you want to?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, that's a good point. Secondly, are you changing his salary?
No. No, sir.
Thirdly, does his job description change in?
No, sir, it does not.
So I asked those questions to say this. and I think Miss Willis said it, we hire this lady and pay her a pretty good salary to make decisions in her office. And I've always told her this: I will give you my suggestion as to what I think, but I'm not going to make the decision for you. You can take my decisions and you take my suggestion, go one way or the other, but I'm not going to make a decision for you. And she's done quite a great job. Let me ask you another question. We have chaplains, associate chaplains, right?
Yes, we have 12.
What uniforms do they wear?
Their uniforms are purchased through the police department, so I guess you can say it looks like a police officer uniform with the colors and the reflective gear that's on there.
And I'm sorry, I didn't want to make the implication. I just want, what I was really getting to is that did the police department pay for the uniforms?
Yes, sir. The police department paid for the uniforms.
Okay.
The current uniforms that they have, and I believe that the chaplain has requested that they also be given additional fire uniforms too.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I've made my point. I'm going to acknowledge to Dr. Baker and Mr. Khalid, but you have the right, as a city manager, to run this city, and I'm going to stick by you. You know, in terms of right, I will put my input, but you have the right to run this city, and you need to do what you think is best for the city, based on your knowledge and based on the experience that has happened in the area. So I would support your decision whichever way you go. Okay, Mr. Baker.
Yes, sir. Thank you for acknowledging me. And I just want to say that when I've been on the call since 10 o'clock, like everyone else, and we've heard from every department, including the city manager. And so when someone gives a recommendation, it's simply a recommendation. So if I don't necessarily stand with the recommendation or I defer, I believe it's disingenuous to imply that I don't support the city manager, and as if like to support the city manager's decision means to support everything that he or she may contend in a vacuum. I think that we all have our various reasons. I respect others. I feel the way I feel. I stated it, and I respect everyone's opinion. Right. I appreciate the concession that she was willing to make. I just stand alone by saying that, and I'll be a little bit more overtly transparent, since we hear oftentimes about the other hats that so many people have worn. I've worked in law enforcement as well. I've held rank in law enforcement as well. And I do know that holding rank, when I said, when she said after Councilman Reeves stated, it'll be a direct report to the police chief, I think nobody had a problem with that, including myself. But picture Pastor Henry not being who he is in that position. And now when it's a time for us as council members who are often told to stay in our lanes, we have to find their reporting officer. And now we're going down the chain of command of law enforcement officers when the only person I have on speed dial is our city manager, and I have our police chief's number. He gives that out all the time. He wants us to reach directly to him. He allows the citizens to do it as well. So I guess what I'm saying is, if that is the reason, and also who's to say, and I know the chief's discretion is great. I don't think he would mismanage the position at all. I just don't like it to be implied that if someone doesn't agree in totality with the city manager, that we are not allowing her to do her job, or we don't trust her to make the best or right decisions. I think that as a council, that's why she reports to us, for us to have discretion and say. So, I mean, I just want to give a little pushback towards the way it's implied, as if we need to just accept everything that's given to us in its totality. I yield.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. I don't know where they came from, but that's not what I said, but I'll continue on with Mr. Khalid.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. I think the storm was, anyway, I feel like I should have something to say about the chaplaincy. I have an entirely different comment, and it is about the housing allowance for our public safety. I think that is a great incentive, but I would like to suggest, propose, urge, recommend that we expand that housing allowance to our parks department and our code enforcement department. I would really love to see us start with them first. I say that because back in 2018, when Dr. Baker and I were working to raise the city's minimum wage, those were the lowest wage workers in our city. And I think the take-home cars and the housing allowances and all of those perks, I would just like to see them more equitably distributed amongst the other departments in our city. But the other reason that I think it's important is because people in parks and people in code enforcement, they work directly with our youth every day, and they are the ones that are responsible for cleaning up our city. As we bring in public works, our own public works people, I would like to see them be eligible for the program as well. I'm thinking of neighborhoods where we have illegal dumping and having a code enforcement officer living on the block who can witness and offer affidavits of exactly who in the neighborhood is dumping trash, and maybe even have a code enforcement vehicle sitting in their driveway. And I'm thinking, Dr. Baker, of troubled youth in our neighborhoods that nobody can reach except maybe their football coach or their basketball coach. Guys like Coach Lamar on Old Nat and Coach Outlaw at Burdette Park. If we could help people like that, many of whom, as we heard from Mr. Landrum, are going to be part-time workers with these low salaries, if we could help them own a piece of our city and live in the neighborhoods with the children that they're working with, I just think that would be awesome. So I just ask humbly for you to think about expanding the program in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid. Is there anything else on the agenda? Mr. Clerk, I think that's it, but let me just say one thing. I want to go back to the chaplain. I created the chaplains program for unincorporated South Fulton. We didn't have a chaplain for many, many years. I chose the chaplain you have now because of his personality, his characteristics, and his willingness to serve. And he's been serving in that capacity for as long as I know. I feel that no matter where he goes, he's going to do a good job. So there's no reflection on any of that. I'm not assuming anybody don't have the right to do anything. I just stated what I had to say, and I've been saying that since day one to every city manager who's coming in. Okay. With having that said, I'd like a motion to adjourn.
I mean, do we have to vote? Bye. Can we just say bye? Because we're not supposed to be voting. It's a budget hearing.
I move that we adjourn.
Let's just do it officially. Second, Helen.
Okay, second.
Properly moved and second in discussion. Hearing none. Let's
make a motion to adjourn.
We've already done that.
Let's vote, please.
Roll call vote to adjourn. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliard.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Khalid.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker. I think that's yes. We are adjourned at 4:30 p.m.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you all, everybody. Appreciate everything.